built-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the code red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
The Nevada County Board of Supervisors. This is a special occasion here in Truckee. Thanks everybody for taking the time to travel up here to our beautiful eastern portions of the county. This is one meeting. We'll have another meeting in Truckee on October 8th, 2024. So same time, same place, October 8th for the other East County meeting. With that, I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I've asked Josh to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to call out the significance of having to take IT and make this roadshow and turn everything on for us. So thanks to staff and to Josh for helping our IT and computer systems work. With that, we'll start the Pledge of Allegiance. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Chair, there are no corrections or deletions.
Okay, thank you. I have one special announcement. Because of a small time delay of approximately 40 seconds on the online and cable live streams, members of the public wishing to make public comment by phone should call in at the beginning of each agenda item, rather than waiting until you hear us asking for public comment near the end of each discussion. If you wait to call in, the comment period may be over. You will be able to listen to the board discussion on the phone, which is not subject to the delay on live stream, online, and on TV. So I think I saw Phoebe is here. Welcome, Phoebe. We're going to kind of change it up a little bit. We're going to start with our department head matters today, and then we're going to move on to consent and then on to general public comment. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Behavioral Health, Phoebe Bell. And this is a resolution approving our annual plan update for fiscal year 24-25 to the Nevada County Mental Health Services Act, MHSA. It's a 3-year program and expenditure plan for the fiscal years 23 through 26 and the annual progress report for the fiscal year 22-23. It was also authorizing the Nevada County Behavioral Health Director to sign and certify the MHSA County Compliance Certification, and authorizing the Nevada County Behavioral Health Director and Auditor Controller to sign and certify the County Fiscal Accountability Certification. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Bullock, members of the board. Ironically, we have a Truckee meeting, and I live in Truckee, and I was almost late to it. So there you go. Thanks so much for having me here today. And while the specific item is about the MHSA 3-year plan, we felt like this was a good chance to step back and look at the broader, sort of more complex picture of the finances of the Behavioral Health Department, because there's been a lot going on in that arena over the past year. Maybe this works. Success. So first, I want to talk a little bit about payment reform, which, as a reminder, payment reform is part of a larger overarching change initiative that's greatly impacted the behavioral health world, which is CalAIM, which is about improving the Medi-Cal program across the board. And it's really most broadly about getting to better health outcomes for people who are on Medi-Cal for their insurance in California. Again, despite spending billions of dollars, some subsets of people have really poor health outcomes. And so the state basically has said we need to step back and think about how we align our systems to get to better health outcomes and have economic drivers and penalties that sort of push systems towards that better outcome. So that's the underlying basis for why the payment mechanisms for the public behavioral health system shifted over the last year. July 1 of 2023, we went live with what's called payment reform, which is basically at a high level, a shift from a cost-based reimbursement system to a fee-for-service system. There's a lot of complexity to that, a pretty significant heavy lift within that, but it's basically a change in both how we get paid and what we get paid for. And it really is a shifting of risk from sort of the state to the county, and then simultaneously sharing that risk with our provider network. There's a lot of potential upsides to payment reform. We have the opportunity to generate what's called patient care revenue, which is sort of excess revenue that we can reinvest in our system. But there's a lot of risk as well. And a lot of it is about making sure that we're kind of producing Medi-Cal billable units as a system at a pace that will allow us to pay for our services. And as a system, we have to look at the whole thing. Parts of the system produce more revenues, parts produce less, just by the nature of how they're designed. And so managing a whole system with that risk and reward vision in mind. Anybody have a tip on where to point this to get the best results? So there we go. So how's it going a year in? What you have up there that I'm sure nobody in the audience could read, sorry for that, but it's a snapshot of our fiscal dashboard that gives a sense of how we're doing on generating Medi-Cal revenue. So sort of point in time, year to date, we generated about $34 million worth of Medi-Cal revenue. That's on the far left. On the far right, you see what we've been paid, which is $8.9 million. So a pretty significant delta between those two things, which really speaks to the fact that this is really a murky time for us.
I forgot to also mention, in addition to sort of the payment mechanisms and structures shifting, we also shifted to a new electronic health record at the beginning of the year. And so the combination of sort of technical challenges, system challenges, learning new coding processes, et cetera, has led to a lot of slow ramp up in our ability to kind of have insight into our fiscal system. So, and similarly at a state level, there's been challenges kind of getting money back out the door, which is part of why there's that pretty big delta between services billed and dollars paid. But having said all that, we feel pretty cautiously optimistic about how it's going for us. Our providers have been amazing. They've really worked hard to understand the new system and to generate their own upside, because their contracts are much more risk-bearing now than they used to be as well. And generally speaking, our billing is exceeding our costs, though the dollars in the door don't reflect that quite yet, but we're hopeful that that's where we're headed. But it has been a heavy lift and a lot of work. There we go. Thank you. Oops, that might have gone one too far. We'll see. So, which leads into talking about the role of our providers in our system. On the agenda today, you'll see a number of our contracts for this coming fiscal year, and it seemed like a good opportunity to remind us of why we have so many contracts and the role they play in our system. In the behavioral health department, we rely heavily on our providers, and they're amazing. We're super lucky in Nevada County to have a great group of nonprofits and organizations that do really great work. And we believe that by having all these partners, we make ourselves more accessible to the community. There's many more doors of entry to our system. People might not feel comfortable coming in the government building, but maybe they feel comfortable going in the doors of Victor or Turning Point or some other great provider. So we contract out about 70% of our costs. And also another advantage to our provider network is they're a little more nimble than county government, maybe sometimes, and able to sort of make changes like these big system changes we're going through right now pretty effectively in a pretty efficient way. A couple things to note about our contracts in general. Our bigger contracts are generally our partners that are in our Medi-Cal system. So they might have MHSA dollars or realignment dollars in their contract, but they have a lot of Medi-Cal revenue assumed in their contract. And the smaller contracts tend to be our straight MHSA dollar contracts, our prevention and early intervention contracts. Another important note, because I know it sometimes feels like a lot of our contracts are going kind of out of area, but sometimes those are providers that are actually local, like Turning Point would be a good example. They're based in Sacramento, but they have a very solid local presence, a footprint, local staff who live and work in Nevada County. And so when we analyze our contracts, about 77% of the dollars stay in county and the rest go out of county. About half of the out of county dollars go to our residential beds that we contract for, so mostly locked inpatient psychiatric beds for the most part, and about half are in sort of some statewide or consultant type services, like, for example, we contract for our electronic health record and some of the supportive services that go with that. So as I said, we have a lot of contractors. We have about 80 contracts, more or less. So thus a number of contracts come in front of you on a pretty regular basis. What you have today and in the following June board meeting are primarily renewals of existing contractors. And then you often see us back throughout the year because we have to adjust contracts. So either providers needs change, our demand on certain providers shift over time. Sometimes there's new state expectations that we need contractors to participate in. Sometimes we get grants that need us to expand our contracts. So we're often here sort of adjusting those many, many contracts. But we strive really hard to have that original annual contract be inclusive of all the services for the year. And maybe, yes. Just to put a little finer point on that, we have a lot of different kinds of these are our bigger contracts, our Medi-Cal system contracts for the most part. Generally speaking, we do basic outpatient behavioral health services within the department. So psychiatry, therapy, case management, nursing, some outpatient SUD care coordination, et cetera. And we contract out for the more specialized services, our intensive outpatient, our crisis system, definitely our inpatient care, most of our substance use treatment, our housing and homeless services, and sort of general support services. Those are sort of the big buckets where our larger contracts live. And then our smaller contracts that are also equally important are typically funded, like I said, with MHSA dollars. And these are sort of the groupings of categories that align with the 3-year plan that you have in front of you as an item today. This is where we really get to connect with some of our really great grassroots nonprofits that have strong, trusting relationships, particularly with communities that we don't necessarily have a lot of built-in trust with. These providers help open those doors and build those connections and create an access point that feels safer and more accessible to many of our community members. Whoops. And which is a good point to just also flag that, as you all know, Prop 1 passed this year, and MHSA will be going away, and BHSA, Behavioral Health Services Act, will be our new kind of guidelines for this revenue stream. That's a pretty significant part of our budget. Essentially, in a nutshell, BHSA sets up a new set of rules to govern how we can spend our dollars. It adds substance use services to the mix, which is a great thing. Our substance use services need a lot more funding, but it is not with new money. It is taking the existing money that we spend on our MHSA programs and adding kind of more things that need to get funded. Additionally, the state keeps more of the money for prevention services, and in theory, the county no longer does prevention services. Behavioral health doesn't. The State Department of Public Health will get the prevention dollars and decide from there what to do with them. And then you'll hear more about this over the next year. There's a significantly more complex planning process, as well as sort of overarching reporting process that's really about the entire public behavioral health system and no longer about the MHSA dollars specifically. And so that's going to be a pretty heavy lift and a lot of coordinating and connecting with other entities like public health and managed care plans and all kinds of different partners to set up a more comprehensive vision and plan for the public behavioral health system. This is sort of a visual to help capture some of that. The left side pie chart is current state, how we divide up our MHSA dollars. The right side shows the existing two sort of, I don't know what color you want to call this, tannish colors, orange tan, shrinking, and then adding the 2 purple colors, which are housing buckets, and then showing the slice that goes to the state. And then this doesn't also show if you divided each of those buckets in half to ensure that substance use treatment services got the same kind of funding ratio as mental health. You can see that the pie itself gets a little smaller and the slices certainly get smaller. And so planning for that and how to do that in a way that least impacts our community partners is a lot of what the next year and a half will be about. The good news is we do have a pretty good on-ramp. Starting next January, we will begin the planning process and be setting ourselves up for June 30th, 2026, when we will be bringing to you the first 3-year plan under the BHSA and moving forward from there. And so with that, that is the quick overview of the financial situation in the Behavioral Health Department and specifically MHSA and its transition to BHSA, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Phoebe. There's a lot of complexity there. We appreciate you. I know your entire program is in flex, and we do have the board's ad hoc kind of working with you on that. And so I was just going to maybe turn it over to Supervisor Hall, who's on the ad hoc, if you have any specific questions. Or
I do. Thanks, Phoebe. I mean, can you hear me? These mics are new okay, thank you. You've explained this multiple times to us, and each time it gets clearer and more understandable. I think it's helpful to hear it again and again because of the complexity. I wonder if I'm not putting you on the spot by sort of summarizing how the contracts in the consent calendar merge with this, and to check, sort of a reality check if I've got it right. It feels like to me most of those contracts are renewals and some additional funds. And those additional funds are because either inflation, services cost more, people cost more, and or we're expanding the program slightly. Is that mostly correct?
100%. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then there were at least 2 where we're bringing funds in, and we discussed that on email briefly. So Placer County and Sierra County, where we're providing services and they're paying us some funds. And then there was one, at least, that I think it was the HIV/AIDS funding one, that's significant decrease. And it was through public health.
That's a public health contract.
Yes.
Exactly.
And then so I don't know if you can address, okay. I'm just, so my general question on that is, I'm assuming it's because there's fewer state funds coming in on that one. Maybe Ryan is, yeah, okay, so fewer state funds. So we're not decreasing our services anywhere. We're
No.
keeping up with inflation and the needs of the population. And these contracts simply, renew and make everybody whole with a new funding scheme.
Yeah, generally speaking, we have grown the overall budget of the behavioral health department as new revenues have come to the table, and as we kind of try to make the most of this payment reform opportunity, which largely means that we're growing our contracts, generally speaking,
Yeah.
with a few kind of minor adjustments around the edges.
Okay. I mean, it's taken me a couple of years, right? I've been here 7 years now to really be able to see that whole picture, but it's the presentation and the way you're showing us with the pie charts and how the contracts are grouped. Kudos to you, Supervisor Bullock, for asking all those questions about contracts. That is so helpful. That would have been helpful years ago, probably. So I'm really appreciate that you pulled that together that way. And
Yeah.
I think that's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Hook, any questions?
No, I would just agree. I think it's really helpful to keep listening to this, because when I looked at it, the overall, I could see the impact it was going to make. And when you look at those pie charts, it still looks to me like there's an impact. And so we can't say there's not. When we're not managing our own money and doing what's in our public interest in our own counties, it's challenging. And so, one, I got to tell you, your team's pretty amazing. And I really appreciate the work that's going into this, because it is a change. We have programs that are already working, that we already had funding spent on. And so having to rework that and still keep those in place, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of thinking of how to move those dollars around. And yeah, I'm back to this, learning these contracts and how we extend them and how we work and how we have to work with different community partners to make this happen, because we can't all do it inside of a small county. We have to have partners on the outside that work with us with these contracts. So not enough people to fill the spots, right? So anyway, it's always very interesting. It's very integral, and it'll be interesting to watch this process move out in 2025, 26, because that's where we're going to really see a big change. But just the fact that we have a better way to do the funding and billing, that's huge. And that was a big lift. So congrats on getting that kind of ruled out, because it's huge. Because you remember, you're doing this in the midst of all of our regular work. We're making that come together. So very interesting. Thank you for the update. I think it's very helpful. And that you keep us all informed. So if there's things that we can do or advocating for you, that's our job. And we are here for you and your team. So thank you for all this information. Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield, no questions. Supervisor Swarthout? No. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Phoebe. I was just going to say for just the general public listening in, the HHSA, our Health and Human Services piece to the county, is a huge portion of our $380 million or so budget. And so then you go down one step into behavioral health, which is all the programmatic detail you gave us today, which is also a huge amount of money. And so just if you're looking through and you're out there and you're looking through the consent calendar, if you have questions on those consent items, you can reach out to the board's office, clerk of the board's office, and they can route those questions to you directly. But Supervisor Hall pretty much summed it up. But there's a considerable amount of expenditures located in that consent calendar, and there will be in June, as the rest of June, and also maybe July as well. So just letting people understand that if you have questions about that, certainly reach out. But we talk a lot about it internally. And then the piece on contractors was interesting. I think I brought it up before, that my interest in understanding where the contract value is headed. We kind of see an opportunity on the horizon with Prop 1 and the BHSA dollars to maybe bring some light or modified brick and mortar type of facilities to the county, which would allow us to kind of insource some of those contract dollars, which is exciting to me. It's also a little bit scary and challenging. I think everybody shares that apprehension about change, but I think there's some opportunities there, and we're just looking forward to working through those opportunities with you and being there present for you to be part of that team. With that, I think I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item. Any comments for public comment specifically on the BHSA presentation? Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
Chair, there are no callers.
No callers. Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the board for any final closing comments related to this item. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt. This is the BHSA.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Great, thanks, Phoebe.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Glad you were able to make it here on time. With that, we are going to move on to the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. Supervisors will take those concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. This is items 2 through 45. Anybody wanting to make public comment on the consent calendar, I hope you're going to call in here shortly. I'm going to recuse myself from items 26 and 27. That's Bright Futures for Youth. I own property. I have interest in real property that is rented by Bright Future. So I'm recusing myself from number 26 and 27. I'm going to now open up public comment, see if anybody wants to provide comments or request that. Let me back up. Any board members want to remove anything from consent? No? Okay. Any members of the public wishing to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will open up public comment on the consent calendar. Any public comment on the consent calendar, specifically items 2 through 45? Seeing none, any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, thanks. You bet.
I just want to comment on item 45. And this is a reappointment of Carly Pacheco to the Public Member Transit Service. But I just like to take this opportunity just to thank her for being on that commission and other people that volunteer their time to be on commissions. we have openings. And this is just an example of somebody that's taken on a second term of that. And if people are out there interested, go on our website and look it up, because there's a lot of need. And that's where public input is really, really important to us at the county and all these levels. So with that, that's all I want to say about 45. Thank you.
Yeah, great point. There's a whole list of open committees and commissions out there. If you're interested in something, it's probably highly likely that you'll find a position volunteering for a committee or a commission about something you care about. And I think Claire is the owner, keeper of that list. Yeah, call Claire. She'll get you set up. With that, I'm going to close public comment on the consent calendar, bring it back to the board, and entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Thank you for everybody coming up to be part of the consent calendar. With that, I'm going to open up general public comment. Again, public comment wanting to call in, please jump on the phone and call in if you want to make general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be automatically turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise. In the interest of civil discourse, it is the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attack. Time limits may be modified at the chair of the board's discretion. You may provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside the Truckee chambers here or calling 530-270-3474. To comment live over the phone. If you want to make public comment by phone, please call in at the beginning. Anybody? There. So I'm going to open up public comment. See, we already have somebody. Mr. Dewey, please step up. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming up to Truckee. It's a beautiful day here. Anyway, I'm Barney Dewey, and I want to be a representative on the Truckee Donner Public Utility District Board. My primary goal, is that we move toward 100% renewables for our energy. However, we don't want to burden the ratepayers here in Truckee, so we have to keep us from having excessive rates. We currently have in Truckee some of the lowest electrical rates in the state, and we need to keep it that way because we have a lot of people that can't afford the changing situation and the cost of living. I also want to lead the PUD to make a smart infrastructure investments that will reduce long outages. We get our power up here in Truckee from Utah via Nevada, and there are situations, especially during the wildfire periods, that could cause some issues. So the utility is moving towards some battery backup, and I want to encourage that and move them maybe towards some local generation and make some investments in the water side of the business, because there are changing regulations, of course, from the state coming up. And then I also want the PUD to work closer with other agencies up here in the Truckee and surrounding Tahoe area, so that we can work better to prepare in case we have these outages. I also want us to work better so we can work together on building codes and allow people to get through that process quicker, and also work together to reduce wildfires. We basically need to manage our transition to renewables so that we don't make things more difficult for locals who are already feeling the pinch of the cost of living up here. I am confident we can do what's right for the planet and the people in the town if we manage this progress in a way that works best for Truckee. For more information about me and what I want for Truckee, please go to my website, which is electbarney.com. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good luck on your race.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Thank you for this time. My name is Heidi Meyerhofer, and I am the District Representative for State Senator Marie Alvarado Gill. And I'm happy to be here with you today. You are in district meeting today. Your board meets out of our district, so I'm not often able to be with you. So I just wanted to introduce myself and our office, and to let you know that I will be having office hours at Lyft Workspace this afternoon for anybody who would like to come and chat with me or talk about issues that are up here in Truckee or in Nevada County within our district. But I'll be there from 1 to 4 o'clock today. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming by, and thank you for the Senator's presence here in district over at the Lyft. Welcome, Eric.
Hey, thank you guys for coming up to Truckee. I'm taking the opportunity to introduce myself and my business. I'm Eric Johnson. I live in Truckee, and I've started a business called LitterWorks, and we are currently under contract with Nevada County, cleaning up, mitigating litter in 4 Eastern Truckee recreation sites. And we clean up Boca, Stampede, Johnson Canyon, from Donner Summit down to Donner Lake, and Hirschdale, as well as the Florestan trailheads. And I just wanted to, as far as I know, we're the only contracting service in Northern California that focuses solely on litter mitigation. That's all we do is pick up litter. And I'm started this business to try and clean up the planet and make my home state a more beautiful place. We've picked up hundreds of pounds of litter in these recreation areas, and we're trying to fill the gap between what municipalities can do. Basically, what most municipalities don't have a it's designated a litter picker upper. They have all kinds of other jobs. Then you've got nonprofits and volunteers, but there's a gap in there where there needs to be maintenance. And I'm happy that Nevada County has hired us to help keep Truckee clean. It's really an important part of our economy here in Truckee. And we're looking to clean up more of our state. And we're working currently with Caltrans to become a licensed vendor with them to clean up roadways as well. Our office or our website is litterworks.net. I have a couple of reports of our work in Eastern Truckee, what we've done, how many pounds, pictures of what we've been able to pick up. Once the snow melted out, there's tons in Johnson Canyon. Some of these areas are right off the freeway and get hit quite hard. And now they're clean and it feels great. And so thank you for working with us. And if there's other opportunities to help clean up Nevada County or other areas of Northern California, let me know.
Yeah, great. Eric, thank you so much. I'm going to ad lib for a second until Kit starts waving her hands at me. But this is a contract that was authorized by the board for a small amount as essentially a test case scenario. And we're hoping that Western County will be the next iteration if there's other vendors. You did? Okay.
Okay.
Lisa, remember to use your mic. Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Yeah, I'm really proud of the work you're doing. I'm really glad that we were able to get this contract turned on and it's clearly working. So I'm super, super stoked. With that, we'll turn back to our public comment.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning. Thanks for coming up to the eastern side of the county and holding your meeting up here. And thanks for your service to the county. I appreciate it. I know it's takes a lot of time and can be very challenging. So appreciate your time. My name is Mike Geary. I'm a resident of Klondike Flat Road on here in Truckee, California. I'm a member of the recently formed Friends of Prosser Truckee, and we are opposed to the proposed alpenglow sawmill that's proposed up in Klondike Flat Road. And the current process, as I understand it, is that it'll be headed to the Planning Commission as early as July 11th. For their approval of an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration pursuant to CEQA. And we're a little concerned with that and want to make sure that you guys understand what the project is and what kind of an impact it's going to have on our neighborhood. You know, just a quick rundown of what we can see in reading the initial study and looking at the application materials that were submitted to the planning department. Is just our concerns are, you know, that the increased traffic, you know, logging truck, double trailer logging truck and lumber truck passing by our little residential, rural, tranquil neighborhood, one every 7 minutes and 22 seconds. It's really changed the character of our homes. The hazards that come along with that, these trucks are 75 feet in length. It's going to exacerbate current traffic problems on Highway 89, both at Klondike Flat Road and very dangerous Highway 89, East Alder Creek road intersection at the bottom of the hill at the curve. Noise pollution, the sawmill itself, the trucks coming and going is a concern. It's really going to kind of wreck the quiet space we currently enjoy. There's air quality concerns with diesel trucks coming down a hill, hitting Jake brakes, making noise, and then leaving that intersection. And all three directions require you to go uphill. It looks like I'm running out of time, so there's more. I'm going to ask you to visit our website. We'll be reaching out to you via email. Our request to the county, number one, is to deny the project. Do not approve the glue lamp factory. Slow down this process and let's have a conversation. Let's the community here understand the impacts of the project. There's many good elements to this project. You know, I'm not going to deny that we need a spot to put our organic waste. There's an affordable housing. There's biomass. Those are good things. It's just in the wrong location. We request that you, with your authority, elevate the CEQA analysis to an EIR, up from a mitigated neg deck. I believe the Board of Soups has that authority. I'm running out of time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mike, thank you. Oops. I think there's a timer that I can't see. I was just going to check my calendar. I think I'm holding a community listening session on the 20th at 5:30 for Klondike Flat for the Alpenglow Sawmill, the wagon train. And I've given that date and time to Friends of Prosser.
Appreciate your time with
Yeah,
that.
thank you. Any other public comment? Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
Chair, there are no callers.
Wait, one more. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time this morning coming up here. My name is Nick Gast. I'm also a resident of Klondike Flat. I feel like Mike really surmised all of our concerns, but I just wanted to make clear that there are many of us that couldn't get here this morning that share very strongly the views that this sawmill is in the wrong place and is going to have extremely detrimental effects to our community and where we live and where we chose to, to settle down, particularly for its tranquility and quiet and beauty and an industrial logging operation and glulam factory is really not in keeping with the space. So I just wanted to say a little bit about that, and I'll be at that meeting as well that you're holding. Appreciate that very much, and appreciate all your time. Yeah.
Appreciate you making a comment.
Hello, I'm also a resident of Klondike Flat. My name is Brian Clary. I'm a resident of Klondike Flat for 14 years and a business owner in the area. And just wanted to also say that all the residents of Klondike Flat are in full opposition of this project and would just like the correct procedures to be followed so that we can feel good about this process. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Brian. Anybody call in?
No, Chair, we have no callers.
Okay, thanks. Any other public comment here in the chambers? Seeing none, I'm going to officially close public comment and we'll move on to item number 46, I believe. County Executive Officer Allison Lehman. This is an informational presentation from the County of Nevada Youth Commission. This is very exciting. I think turn that over to Allison and we'll go from there.
Great. Thank you, Chair Bullock. I'm pleased to introduce Jeff Dulles, who is our project coordinator for the Youth Commission, as well as the Career Technical Education. He's going to lead a presentation this morning with our youth commissioners, who are Truckee residents. As the board knows, this is a new commission, and this is the first cohort to be appointed by all of you, and they're now nearing the end of their term. So you are going to be appointing the next year's youth commissioners, your first meeting in July. But we felt it was important for you to hear an update from your commissioners and the issues that they've been working on and any insight that they could provide you today. So thank you, Jeff, for leading the presentation.
Thank you, Allison. Chairman Bullock, esteemed board members, last summer, Supervisors Bullock and Swarthout sponsored legislation to create the Youth Commission. And on August 8th last year, you unanimously approved the creation of the Nevada County Youth Commission. We spent the next few months recruiting and vetting candidates from throughout Nevada County. The process was incredibly competitive, and what resulted was a diverse board of young people representing all corners of Nevada County. The commitment these young people have demonstrated and the insight they provided is truly inspiring. Above and beyond the commitment all Youth Commission members have made, these four commissioners before you, representing Truckee, also had to make monthly trips to Nevada City for meetings. Additionally, they made trips down the hill for juvenile justice meetings and other events. The four commissioners are here to share their experience. But first, we have a recorded message from their teacher and local rock star, Craig Rowe.
My name is Craig Rowe, and I'm an educator at Truckee High School.
I'm the director of La Fuerza Latina, which is a local college and career access program for low-income first gens. And this year, I had the opportunity to be the bus driver for our District 5 youth commissioners. And of all the titles, that one, the bus driver for D5, has been the most unexpected and surprise, and one of the more enriching experiences I've had this year. It gave me the opportunity to see what community really means in Nevada County. I have a special gratitude towards Jeff Dellis, who's led a very large and spread out youth commission with nothing but love and compassion and inclusivity. Also, Supervisor Bullock, who had the vision and has had the vision since day one of Nevada County, of all the residents in Nevada County. So I have special appreciation for those two, as well as the entire Nevada County Board of Supervisors that really made this youth commission happen. And I'd just like to also to finish with a special shout out to gratitude towards our youth commissioners. They took a chance on this opportunity. For the most part, they've made the most of it. I think they've seen everything from the Economic Council and entrepreneurs to how the supervisors operate. They've met people that they normally wouldn't meet in their walks of life. And I think they've given quite a bit. They've shared their experiences with other youth commissioners and county members. So I just wanted to kind of express my gratitude for this youth commission. I'm very committed in any way I can help support, reach its goals. And I just wanted to kind of express my pride, not only our youth commissioners, but our supervisors and our entire community. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Our first youth commissioner to speak will be Loretta Candia Hernandez.
Thank you for the introduction, Jeff. My name is Loretta Candia Hernandez. I am a Latinx member and co-chair of the Nevada County Youth Commission. I represent District 5 and I'm from Truckee, California. A quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt states, "We cannot always build our future for the youth, but we can always build our youth for the future." Throughout this year, I've set to put Roosevelt's words into motion. Being part of the Nevada County Youth Commission has helped me develop several essential skills that will carry with me as I finish the term and as I go to college this upcoming fall. Being part of Eastern Nevada County, this has offered me valuable opportunities that have helped me develop and enhance my skills in project management. Throughout March and early April, I actively engaged in coordinating with various different Truckee organizations, specifically the Tahoe Donner Land Trust, to arrange a speaking engagement at an upcoming committee meeting. I had to draft several emails to ensure precise communication with TDLT leadership, all while maintaining a professional manner. Through this experience, I gained knowledge in setting clear objectives, establishing coherent timelines, and how to effectively collaborate with diverse stakeholders and organizations within the community. This hands-on experience has significantly contributed to my growth in project management and strengthened my ability to communicate and coordinate professionally with others. Similar to my experiences with project management, I also harnessed the ability to have a deep understanding and appreciation for diverse backgrounds, socially and financially, and perspectives of individuals from different parts of Nevada County. As an underrepresented Latina in a predominantly white county, having cultural awareness is extremely valuable, as I can find different ways and in more inclusive ways to create a more equitable environment for the county's youth. For example, I am currently working with my fellow commissioners for a Fun in the Foothills event that is aimed at incorporating diverse elements such as performances, food, workshops, and guest speakers that would help create an inclusive and enriched experience for all the attendees. As the co-chair of the Youth Commission and a Latinx representative from District 5 in Truckee, California, I'm passionate about empowering underrepresented youth for the future. It's not just about shaping their future, it's about empowering them to carve their own destinies. I'm grateful to Jeff Dellis, the Commission Advisor, and Supervisor Bullock for broadening the Commission's outreach to Truckee, allowing for District 5 commissioners to contribute to this significant cause, reflecting the essence of Roosevelt's ideals. And now I'll be passing the floor to Ana Zarate Cortez.
Thank you, Loretta, for that kind introduction. Former President George H.W. Bush once said there could be no definition of successful life that does not include service to others. I believe that the Nevada County Youth Commission has taught me the importance of service and how important it is to look beyond something greater than oneself. Two major traits that have really stuck with me throughout my term of serving on the commission are perseverance and communication. To begin, perseverance is something that the Youth Commission has truly expanded my vision on. I remember the first meeting District 5 attended, and I remember sitting in the room with a bunch of new faces, lots of faces who didn't necessarily look or sound like me. In a sense, I felt like an outsider, and I almost felt like I didn't belong in the room. I glanced over at the other first-generation Latinx D5 students, and a wave of relief washed over me. Maybe I did belong after all. After that meeting, I attended about 90% of the remaining NCYC monthly meetings, and I persevered until the end of my term. Being surrounded by members of the commission who may not have the same background as me taught me to keep going and keep pushing forward. Even when things seemed awkward, or I may have seemed like an outsider in a space where I should have felt comfortable and nonetheless secure, I had to keep going. I learned to advocate for my community by persevering. Even when I didn't want to attend a meeting or when I didn't want to do a certain task because it was all new to me, I stepped out of my comfort zone and learned to self-actualize. Another skill I enhanced through the commission was my communication skills. I've never been much of a talker, but ever since I joined the commission, I learned how to advocate and communicate in ways I never thought I'd find myself doing. I was in the food subcommittee, and we worked a lot with the Better Bites Coalition, and we specifically worked with a woman named Sarah Lieber. During one of our subcommittee meetings, we recorded videos of why providing schools with healthy, locally grown options for breakfast and lunch was important in general. And for us personally, we uploaded them to the Better Bites website. All of us said healthy, locally grown meals in schools boost nutrition, support local farmers, and improve students' overall focus and performance if they have a meal. Me personally, though, sometimes I have to depend on the school food because even though we have the privilege of off-campus lunch, I don't always have the luxury of eating out, and I know some students have this issue as well. Through and through with my work with the commission and with Better Bites as well, I have grown as a community leader and as an advocate for not only the youth, but for my community/district. With that being said, as a member of District 5 from Truckee, I feel more than excited to be moving forward with my new perspectives and continuing to advocate for the voiceless. I would like to thank both Jeff Dulles because none of this would have been possible without him and the commission advisor, and I would also like to thank Supervisor Bullock for extending the commission outreach to Truckee and for giving me and the other D5 commissioners for this amazing opportunity. Now I would like to hand this off to Anthony Garcia Ramirez.
Thank you, Ana, for that inspiring summary. Greetings, my name is Anthony Garcia Ramirez. I'm representing District 5 from Truckee, California. Perseverance embodies the unwavering commitment and tenacity to persistently pursue goals and overcome obstacles. I gained a deeper understanding of the concept of perseverance through my service at the Nevada Youth Commission this year. Through my service on the Youth Commission, I established two skills. To begin, I developed the critical skill of communication. I harnessed my communication skills by noting to my subcommittee at our March meeting the flyers about our school programs for students struggling with substance abuse and stress-related mental health issues. One included a Friday after-school program to help with recovery and stress management. I felt it was crucial to urge the other commissioners to communicate with their respective schools about embedding similar support programs. By implementing these programs in Nevada County schools, we can expect a significant decrease in mental health problems and substance abuse rates. Furthermore, I also enhanced my public speaking skills. This skill came into play when I advocated to Congressman Kiley a solution for addressing mental health and substance abuse in teens. I presented the idea of engaging in outside projects with nature and assisting senior care centers to create a sense of unity among the young and the elderly. Without or before NCYC, it was highly unlikely I'd have the opportunity to have met someone like Congressman Kiley. Coming from an immigrant family, I can leverage my heritage and public policy to express my opinions and make my voice heard despite my roots and ethnicity. Like my personal meaning of perseverance, my journey this term has been one of expanding myself, seeking opportunities, and connecting with others of different backgrounds. It was both an honor and a privilege to have served as a commissioner this year. I would like to extend my gratitude to my fellow commissioners for the collaboration and dedication throughout our term. Additionally, I would like to thank Supervisor Bullock for his leadership and for constructing the District 5 Youth Commission, Jeff's leadership throughout, Mr. Rowe's commitment, and all the Nevada County supervisors who made this commission a reality. Thank you. And now it's my honor to introduce to you our final District 5 Youth Commissioner, Ninao Hernandez Maldonado.
Thank you, Anthony, for sharing such insightful details. Hello, everyone. My name is Ninao Hernandez, and I am the 4th Latinx representative on the Nevada County Youth Commission representing District 5. Sonia Sotomayor, the first Latina and the 3rd female to serve on the Supreme Court, once said, "I am the granddaughter of slaves who dared the dream. I am the daughter of immigrants who challenged the status quo. I am a symbol of hope and resilience." I identify myself with Sotomayor's message throughout my first term serving for the Nevada County Youth Commission. Through my service on the Youth Commission, I established 2 essential skills: communication and collaboration. Organization. First, I established the skill of organization through the deliberate work of putting together recruitment flyers, social media posts, and the Board of Supervisor meeting presentations within the regulations and formats that the county requires. Persistent through the challenges and the revisions of each flyer resulted into the 2024 and 25 recruitment flyer. After 3 weeks of changes and revisions, I was sent off to our social media. Since the start of the term, I have been actively engaged in presenting events, goals, and accomplishments of each Nevada County Youth Commission member and opportunities the county has to offer for youth in each district, like career opportunities, academic support, and resource centers through the Nevada County Youth Commission social media platforms like our Instagram account. Moreover, I have amplified my communication and collaboration skills. These skills came into play when meeting with Taylor Wolf to format regulations, meeting with my subcommittee members, and other nonprofit organization figures and advocates like Better Bites, Tahoe Donner, Turkey Donner Land Trust, Allison Rivers, and more. With my subcommittee members, I urge the importance of getting a more diverse audience like my Latino community to get involved with the programs and career opportunities we are granted through the county with the activity and promotion of our Instagram account. I guess I could say I was one to control Instagram activity by putting together the recruitment flyers and youth internship and job opportunities, as well as publishing our commissioner's accomplishments, like Mackenzie being selected as the Nevada County's Next Gen Leadership Award, and Walter's honor of receiving the Daughters of American Revolution Award. The way we can create a sense of community and welcoming to community members who are frequently underrepresented. Coming from a Latino community and background, I believe others in my community oftentimes are unaware or fear to approach the possibilities that are offered in our county, most especially within the public policy. This is why social media became a strong tool during this term to advise and promote a variety of opportunities to all youth of all backgrounds through Spanish translated posts and reposting on all our own personal accounts to attract a broader audience. Like Sotomayor, coming from parents with a challenging background, it is I who should awaken myself into the world to search and explore all the possibilities. It has been a privilege and an honor to serve on the commission as it has been its first ever term. I would also like to thank and appreciate the other commissioners who engaged and dedicated themselves to our time together. I would also like to thank Supervisor Bullock for giving youth in District 5 the opportunity to advocate for youth in our county and his guidance. He has also taken the time to meet personally one-on-one with us while also giving me the opportunity to take part in a CHP ride-along. And lastly, I would like to thank Jeff Dallas for his dedication and his professionalism on the commission to perform successfully. We may be the first Latinx District 5 Youth Commissioners, but we certainly won't be the last.
So with that, if anyone has any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, great work. First of all, jumping up and speaking before the board. We're just honored that you guys have served in this role, and we appreciate each and every one of you. I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Swarthout, who has co-founded the entire Youth Commissioner concept, and a special thanks to Allison Lehman, who brought this forward early, and we had a lot of great discussions about it. So thank you, Allison. Thank you, Jeff. And I just want to say one quick thank you to Dr. Craig Rose. Well, he's not on the video anymore, but Dr. Rose absolutely was just totally instrumental in guiding the lives of our youth here in the Eastern County. And he doesn't know it, but my son was in his class. My son graduates from college on Saturday, and I think he'll really proud of the work that he's done for us. So a special thanks to Craig Rowe as well.
Thank you. Well, thank you guys all for, I'm going to say, taking the time off of school, but school's out, right? No, you're still in school?
Out of the eastern half.
Oh, okay. No days. All right. Well, I think that all of you have done a fantastic job of representing the youth in our community. And with the four of you, not only do we have the youth view, but we also have the Latinx view, which is very important to all of us. I had the pleasure of attending the meeting where Representative Kiley was there talking with you guys. And I will say, I've been in a lot of meetings with him over the last year and a half since he was elected. You guys asked the best questions and you elicited the best answers that I've heard him give in the community on the issues that were important to all of you. So thanks for taking the time to come out and do it. I hope some of you are maybe coming back next year. Yeah, good. Anybody graduate? All right, and off to college, I heard. Congratulations. Well, thank you for your service to the community. I think you will find, especially as you move forward in college and in endeavors in your life, that serving in these positions will help you as you move forward and figure out what your career path is going to be or your road to community service is going to be. We're off to an excellent start. So keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Hook.
Thank you for coming and presenting. This has been really exciting to watch this develop and grow. And I'm really excited that you got to put a full year in. I've seen you at some different events that have been going on. Some of you were at our ag tour even. I think that was been, I know that all of you were there, but it was fun to watch you reach out and to see different things that were going on in our community that were different and good questions. Like I said, I think that's been the most interesting part is questions and how about why don't we do it this way? And bringing your ideas to us, which are so important so that we can make decisions that are going to fit your lives as you grow into being us, right? Because I look at you as our future leaders. So really thank you for taking the time because it's time out of you being a kid, right? And I just don't look at you guys as kids. You guys were so intellectual. Like I said, the questions that you ask and your insight is amazing. And I think we've all learned a great deal from you and look forward to this program building. So thanks for being a part of the beginning.
Supervisor Schofield.
Well, I was very impressed with your reports. And I was very impressed with the involvement beyond just the Youth Commission. I think that's been great. And Jeff, thank you for your support and coordinating so much of this. In the South County, there's a youth member I'm pretty familiar with. His name is Walter. Probably know Walter. And I think it's kind of an example of the youth that we see. And Sue and I tend to see more of the agricultural youth in our area because of our involvement. But I think it's a great example of what the Youth Commission can do in that those folks become involved with you folks and see what really our county is. And frankly, I think there's a lot of adults who don't realize the diversity that goes on between, western side of our county and the eastern side of the county. And so thank you very much for your dedication to this. I think it was important that your dedication serves as a base moving forward with the Youth Commission. And I think there's a good future in front for the commission and for yourself. So thank you.
Supervisor Hall.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo everything that's been said, and thank you for your dedication to this program. You all sound very professional, so take that back and take that forward. You're great examples of what a youth commission can do. I just want to say how pleased I am that the Latinx community has been so well represented in this year's youth commission. Congratulations to all of you for stepping up and doing that. And I hope that we will continue to see that in the future. You have a really important voice to bring to these conversations. I think my husband, who's Latino, would validate all of your complicated feelings and experiences living in this community. And we'd both commend you so much for stepping up. And one of you commented that you want to bring your voices and expand the voices and expand your efforts in the world and rephrasing despite your roots. And I'm going to say it's because of your roots. You are bringing a binational sort of worldview to everything you do in this community, and that enriches all of us. We all benefit from that. So thank you so much for stepping up. Congratulations on your excellent presentations, and good luck in the future. And thank you to everyone who helped establish this commission. I'm just so thrilled with it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for all the comments from the board. I echo all of them. I just was kind of thinking back in my mind when I attended your meeting and you were talking about kind of the list of topics that were relevant for you. And I know we did some brainstorming early on. There were Supervisor Swarthout and I had this whole kind of interaction with all the different various topics you wanted to bring forward. Anyway, boiling it down and getting forward to the meeting where you're talking about it, they're really highly aligned with our board objectives. They're about climate change. They're about service to others, housing, substance use disorder, mental behavioral health and wellness. I mean, all those things that we care about, things that you heard about this morning, are like highly aligned with your youth commission. And it heartens me to see that, because it says that your generation values what we value as well. I think going forward, the biggest challenge for us is we need to listen carefully to the Youth Commission and understand how to integrate those priorities into our board priorities, right? Because you're reflective of an entire subset of our community. And we just honor and we welcome that voice, not just in District 5, but the entire Youth Commission. And so I'm so glad you chose to be a part of it. I know in your junior and senior years are really, really busy, and you're trying to get geared up to go to college. And I know that that's a commitment on your part, but I think it's going to pay huge dividends when you get interfacing with people like Congressman Kiley and others. And one thing I was going to touch on, everybody mentioned communications, which was interesting because you were so well spoken here, and it's going to serve you for life. But I mean, I think it is, when you boil it all down, it's about communication, service to others. If you can achieve those things, you'll never fail. So thank you so much for coming before the board, and we're here to support you. And I don't know, Jeff, if you have any closing words for us or anything you'd like to touch on, and then I'd like to go to Allison briefly too.
No, I want to reiterate our appreciation for the board for having the fortitude and the insight, the vision to create a youth commission. I understand we're the 9th county youth commission, but we're the first rural county youth commission. And also a debt of gratitude to Allison for bringing this idea to Nevada County. And it's been a pleasure, and it's been incredibly enriching for me. And it's broadened my perspective working with all students, particularly D5 kids, and their level of commitment, and Craig Rowe's commitment to driving. I would say 90% of the time driving these kids down on his own time is a testament to the commitment that he's made. And I value having him continue to participate.
Yeah, but a great point, Dr. Rowe. You can't understate the thanks to him. And I think you're doing a retreat at Frog Lake Huts as well. Is that right? Some of the
Is that
Leadership.
the Tahoe Donner?
Yeah.
June 21st. Several of the commissioners are coming, and I'm hoping, Dr. Rose at the University of Chicago right now presenting. That's why he's not here in person. But he's a man that has a number of different interests and passions, but really his number one passion are the Latinx students at Truckee High School. He's done wonders. He's a miracle worker.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Thank you. And over to CEO Allison Lehman. Just wanted to give you a minute to reflect on all this.
No, thank you, Chair Bullock and members of the board. I just want to share my appreciation to the youth commissioners. You are the first youth commissioners of a brand new program, and I think you exceeded everyone's expectations. You have truly set a high standard for those who are going to come behind you, as well as serve as a model for all the other commissions that county staff support. Your commission is truly diverse. You bring in different thoughts. You have lean into hard conversations. I really appreciate the comments about not always feeling comfortable and getting out of your comfort zone, because that really does elevate the dialogue and conversations that our community needs to have. So the commission truly, as a public servant, brings me energy. So I just want to share my gratitude and appreciation for all of your hard work this year. And just remember, even though some of you are going to stay on, but some of you are going to go to college and advance, this is your professional network. We are the team behind you to support you, not just as current youth commissioners, but how you proceed and do great things. So thank you.
Yeah, great point. We're going to pass a resolution here, but I'd like to gather us up front and get a picture if we can after we're done. Okay, great. I'm going to open up public comment on this item. Any public comment related to our youth commission?
Good morning and thank you. I just want to say how impressed I am with each one of you as speakers. You were so poised and confident and accomplished, and I want to just acknowledge the opportunity that the Nevada County Board of Supervisors provided to the youth of your county, and especially the youth of D5, since we're here acknowledging you. Thank you for bringing this picture to me, which I will share with the senator. She'll be very pleased to see this kind of work and this energy and commitment. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
Chair, we have no callers.
No callers. Any other comments here in the board chambers? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
District 5, yes. Thank you, everybody.
There's a front and center.
Okay, we're going to move on. I think. Yes, we're moving on. Item number 47. This is a, Jeff Thorsby is going to present this. This is a certificate of recognition recognizing and thanking the partners who came together to contribute to standing up the emergency warming shelter in Truckee for the 23-24 winter season, including Jasmine Rowe, the town of Truckee, Tahoe Forest Hospital, Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, Placer County, North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services, Truckee Police Department, Nevada County Courts, Nevada County Facilities, Nevada County Library, and temporary staff hired to run the shelter. And I'll just mention before we kick it off that warming shelters are within our budget scope that we're going to see here at the budget hearing, and trying to develop resources for some of our outlying rural kind of frontier areas doing shelter work. So I'm anxious for this item, and I'm anxious to show my support and gratitude for what happened here over the winter. It was amazing. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Thorsby, our Chief of Staff.
Thank you so much, Chair Bullock, honorable members of the board. I am super excited to bring this item before you, and I really am going to just kick it over and introduce your agency director for Health and Human Services, Ryan Groover, who can talk about some of the amazing work that they did on putting up our warming shelter this last season. I do just want to give real credit to this team, to Allison Lehman, and to you, Chair Bullock, for your quick and amazing action. I think in my tenure, I've never seen something put together in such quick record speed to really impact and meet the needs of our community members. But I'll kick it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Bullock, members of the board, Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director, and I also am going to hand it off shortly because I'm not the one who did all that extraordinary work, but just to remind the board that at the annual workshop we talked about homeless warming shelters. Nevada County is unique in the level of involvement that we have this, especially in jurisdictions our size. Typically, homeless warming shelters are grassroots, sometimes faith-based services. That's how all the warming shelters in Nevada County started as well. And I'll just call out that for many years, Kathy Foley, first with Church of the Mountains and also with North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services, carried a lot of that weight on her shoulders. In recent years with county providing fiscal and other support, we've been much more involved this year for a variety of really great reasons. Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services decided that they could not do that in October for the most recent winter. And thanks to Supervisor Bullock's leadership, there was really recognition that although warming shelters don't necessarily move the needle in terms of getting people housed, they're absolutely a life-saving intervention that, especially in Truckee, people can suffer really dire consequences if there's not a support available for them. I touched something. So we swung into action, and really it was Jasmine Bro leading with a bunch of other people working on it. And so I'd like to turn it over to Jasmine to talk a little bit about the work that she did in bringing it to bear. So I don't know how to fix this. If there's another button I should press, let me know. Okay.
I think Josh is on it.
Good morning. So October was when we jumped into action to start a warming shelter. So we had to find a location. So we started with 4 possible locations that we vetted down to 1 location, and that was conference room at the Joseph Center. Then we had to find staff. That was part of the reason why North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services couldn't staff the shelter, is because there was ongoing staffing capacity issues. So I used all of my relationships that I had with our wonderful partners, and I was able to hire 7 amazing staff to help run the shelter. Then we started on policies and procedures. We were able to use everything, the framework that North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services had established, and we Nevada County-ized it and then swung into action. So our first night open was mid-December, and we ended up being open 55 nights of the season. In order for our staffing model to work, we were open 3 days a week plus additional nights for weather-triggered shelter nights. And so this was really to create consistency for the staff that were working the shelter and most importantly for the guests that were using the shelter. And so we were open, like I said, 3 days a week, ended up being open 55 nights. And then we were open for one 48-hour stretch during the blizzard in March, I believe. And so there was no other place for people to seek shelter during the day. And so we stayed open for 48 hours. And that was a huge undertaking, but all success in the end. And that's it. Thank you.
And of course, we'll entertain any questions or comments.
Yeah, I'll just mention briefly the partners on this list are all funding contributors to the success of the shelter. So both staff time, funding, resources, meetings. There was a flurry of meetings in October and November because we had to find a place that was appropriate within the community to have a warming shelter. And Kathy Foley, who's in the audience, has typically handled this down at Church of the Mountains for years out of the goodness of your heart. And it's, based on your effort that's keeping that population afloat, and you're still doing it in other ways, not necessarily just that. But yeah, I think it was really highlighted for me the critical nature of the services that sometimes are handled by affiliate partners and how the county can really offer lift during periods of time or break periods where we're not necessarily meeting the need. Jasmine, I just want to extend a special thanks to you because you worked, I think you worked basically a second job, I'm going to summarize it that way. You did 2 jobs for a while. I want to thank you. And there were some pieces, right? There were some difficulty, nuts and bolts pieces we had to work out with that population, and different jurisdictions coming together to serve a single population. Our partners at the hospital obviously were involved. So thank you for the effort. And then the THAC, Truckee Tahoe Housing Collaborative. Please clarify. I'm sorry, I always get it wrong.
Tahoe Truckee Homeless Advisory Committee.
Thank you. I call it THAC. So THAC is working right now on 2 fronts. One of them is strategic, so the long-term vision of homelessness and homeless services in East County. And then one of them is tactical, which is basically a subcommittee that's trying to figure out where the next warming shelter will be and how it will be paid for and how it will be staffed. So good news is on the horizon. There's a group of people meeting. I'm on that THAC board. So with Jasmine's help, she and I joke around. I approach her at those meetings and she looks at me and she sees me coming. She's like, okay, I gotta go over here. No, you're doing a great job. We sure appreciate it. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues to ask any questions. Supervisor Hall?
I don't have any questions, just also so well deserved, all of you up here. And credit to you, Supervisor Bullock, for bringing it forward and getting this through. I believe it was on the Mental Health Board Truckee meeting when I first started as a supervisor, my first or second year, and came up here. And I think, Kathy, you were running you had just started pulling this together by shoestrings. It was just, I felt so much empathy for the folks up here and who were trying to pull this together, and for all the folks who didn't have a place to go. So this is such huge progress. And I'm sure it's taken a ton of your emotional energy as well as time, Jasmine, but just really glad and proud of everybody who's worked so hard for the folks here who need a warming shelter and a place to be. Thanks.
Yeah, Supervisor Swarthout.
So I just have one quick question. I know you said 55, 56 nights. How many individuals were served in that time frame?
56 individuals were served through 55 nights.
Okay, so 56 separate individuals is what?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate the work. I know this is, homelessness is a societal issue. It's not just a government issue or, the state or the county of Nevada. And so it takes a village to solve the problem. And it doesn't happen without the collaboration of all the various groups that are involved, including the faith communities, the hospital, and all the various partners that you had. So thanks for all the hard work, and we'll look forward to seeing what the plan's going to be for next year.
Thank you. Supervisor Hook?
Yeah, well, you guys have all said it, my colleagues have, but I mean, they always say it takes a village, right? and it really does. And for you to be able to pull and wrangle all your groups together all at once in such a short time. And Hardy, you're always such an advocate for what goes on up here. So thank you. Cause that was a fast turnaround. And I know 55 people, was it 55 people every night or every time? But those 55 people you touched somehow as well and kept them safe through this, crazy winter storms that we had, right? So I look forward to watching how your collaboration works and how it moves forward. And, you can't say enough about the work that's been done all ahead of time to make this happen. And like Heidi said, this is not just a county issue or a city issue. It's a world issue really that we're dealing with. So I just like to thank everybody on that list specifically for coming together so quickly and making that happen. And I think that's a special thing that we work with in county staffing. And then you at the cities and the people all come together and, you hired some folks to help, but there's still a lot of volunteerism that goes into that. And so, just truly impressed and thankful for the amount of work done. So thank you so much. And Jasmine, that was a big lift and you did a fabulous job bringing your teams together. So thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, my colleagues have pretty much said it all. Thank you for the effort that you've put into this. 55 nights, and especially the ones during the blizzards where you had with it 24 hours. We know some of the concerns that go along with those types of days. So thank you so very much to it. And I think, is it Kathy? Kathy, you really need some special thanks because obviously you're the person that got this going. And I think about how many years did you do it? 15. Well, I have to wonder off all those nights and really how many lives you actually saved up here in Truckee. It gets really cold. So thank you so much for what you've done. And Kathy, thank you for your service over the years.
Yeah, thank you again. Ryan, I think when Ryan and I first had it was a conversation I remember, and Ryan said, hey, homelessness and the unhousing kind of challenge we face in California is nonlinear, and it's like the human experience is nonlinear. And I think when government tries to solve problems, we have these containers or these pathways that we typically work through, and they don't follow this is a good example of a population that doesn't follow those pathways. And I think District Attorney Jesse Wilson is also developing some programs to try and move outside those typical pathways to get people that are justice involved to get basically squared away and then get future resources. But homelessness and housing and the warming shelter is exactly in that same kind of area for me. It's the linear way we think about things doesn't always apply to the human experience. So I just appreciate you being flexible to serve those people because it's not the typical job when you show up at 6 p.m. and open the doors, what happens until 7 the next morning. I'd mention one more unique piece about Eastern County, and I heard this from Bob Womack. His office is next door here if you get a chance. He's the OES director for Truckee, for the town of Truckee. He was mentioning that there's families that are not homeless or unhoused. They're just traveling over the summit, and when they get stuck or stalled, which happens this year, it didn't happen as much, but 2 years ago we must have had 10 events where the town was basically closed and people were like sleeping inside buildings wherever they could. But there's a whole nother demand kind of area of demand for these traveling public people that unfortunately the county will get involved in from time to time, or the town or others are our partners. So anyway, thank you for trying to accommodate that kind of special twist and need that happens on Highway 80. Yes.
Ryan, I think you need to be thanked also. I'm Hardy. I'm sure you would support this statement, and that is if you don't have the staff in the county willing to work on this, it's not an easy thing to say, okay, we can put this together. So Ryan, I think you and your team and Allison deserve a lot of credit for this also. It really tells you that you're concerned about the people that live here in our county.
Yeah, thank you. With that, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. Any public comment on the warming shelter? Please jump up. Ms. Kathy Foley.
And so I just want to express my huge gratitude. I remember the day I sat down with Ryan and Jasmine and shared the news that we weren't going to be able to pull it together. And for me, it was a very emotional decision. And I'm so grateful for all the county, for you, Hardy, for everybody who came together to really make it work, because I know we did save lives this winter and we enhanced lives for folks. At 11 o'clock today, we have a celebration of life for a fellow who spent many nights at the warming center, because being unhoused for long periods of time does terrible things to your health and life. But he was grateful for every moment that he was able to be inside this winter, and to watch Jasmine take on a second job and have everybody at the table to show the importance of this and moving forward, as you shared with the THAC, just the fact that we are really at a table with an amazing group of people that have the same focus of how to include these neighbors into the care of this community. So just gratitude that it came together. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks, Chair Bullock and Board, for this opportunity. I'm Justin Drinkwater, your Facilities Director. I just wanted to take a moment to really give a shout out to the team, the community that worked together. Absolutely, Jasmine and her second job and really leading this effort. But I wanted to publicly recognize two facility staff members that are in the room. Ron Nunnuck, please stand up. Ron is one of our facilities project managers, and he was tasked with, once this decision was made, to find a public facility that we could house individuals overnight and be able to shelter. And it was challenging, as mentioned. It was a tight timeline, a handful of weeks to survey facilities, make sure that they had enough accommodations and compliance issues with fire marshal, and just all these different steps that he had to go through in evaluating these sites to find out maybe this space isn't going to work, and now start that process again at looking at another space. So a lot of credit to Ron and being able to problem solve and gather the resources, make any modifications to the facility. And then the other staff member is Kevin Archibald. He's our maintenance staff member up here in Truckee. So he's the boots on the ground, day-to-day interface, bringing supplies into the space and making sure that it gets cleaned every day, and interacting firsthand with a lot of these folks and helping them find where they needed to go and how they could get help with this and that. So a lot of credit to them and being willing, as mentioned, to jump in there in a short amount of time and really make this thing work. So appreciate their involvement. Thanks.
Thanks for pointing that out. Thank you. Any other public comments here? Madam Clerk, any callers?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, let's bring the caller in.
Hello, Matthew Coulter calling into the Board of Supervisors meeting up there in Truckee today. And just want to mention the fact that without shelter year-round for a lot of folks, they turn to basically being where they can be. I'm sure you all saw the thing in the Union and on KMCO and then Facebook about the fires up on Crown Point Circle and the burglaries by the same individual. And I bring that one individual found enough money to open a shelter. I'm getting some feedback here, but that might be it.
We can hear you, Matthew. We can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, point being, shelter is important. When people don't have shelter, they're super stressed. They turn to drugs and alcohol. They turn to other means to survive. And right now in the heat, as well as in the cold, Truckee does a great job with, protecting people because of the severe cold that can kill people. But more people die in the heat than the cold. It's just the facts. And seems like there's a lot of folks dying out there that don't have shelter. So I appreciate anything you can do at any level on the shelter subject. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Matthew. See no other callers. Any other comments here in the board chambers? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion unless any of my colleagues have any additional thoughts or comments.
So moved.
Seeing none, motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes, I had something to do and I didn't do it, and I want to read the certificate of recognition. Really, I'm going to read it because it's important. There's also certificates of recognition for all the partners here. So I'm going to read that really briefly, and then maybe we can, do we want to do a picture? Okay, great. We'll do a picture in front. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and thanking the partners who contributed to standing up the emergency warming shelter in Truckee for the 23-24 winter season, including Jasmine Bro, Town of Truckee, Tahoe Forest Hospital, Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, Placer County, North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services, Truckee Police Department, Nevada County Courts, Nevada County Facilities, Nevada County Library, and the temporary staff hired to run the shelter. Following the unfortunate closure of Truckee's emergency warming shelter in October 2023, local public agencies and nonprofits came together to find a last-minute solution for the winter 23-24 season. The emergency warming shelter is a critical community asset for those experiencing homelessness in the Truckee region due to winter weather conditions that can be harsh and life-threatening at times. Jasmine Bro, the Health and Human Services Program Manager for both Nevada and Placer counties, led the efforts to bring together partners to stand up a solution in limited time. Funding support was generously provided by the Town of Truckee, Tahoe Forest Hospital, Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, Placer County, and Nevada County. Other integral partners included North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services, Truckee Police Department, Truckee Courts, Nevada County Facilities, Library, and temporary staff. The shelter is located in Nevada County's Joseph Center, was open 56 nights between mid-December 2023 and end of March 2024, serving a total number of 56 unique individuals. Without the collaboration and support of these partners, these individuals could have faced nights outside in freezing temperatures and heavy snowfall. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors recognizes and thanks each of these partners for their contributions, providing vital services to the Truckee community. We're grateful to our strong network of community partners in meeting the needs of some of our most vulnerable populations. Thank you. All right, we'll jump down for a quick picture. This is everybody too. This is gonna be a big one. Oh, maybe the board should stay up if it's that big. Okay, why don't we get everybody who contributed, come on up. Hey, Kevin. Justin and Steve and Jasmine, you're front and center. I'll come down there with you.
First sets up.
Yeah.
Thank you guys, everyone. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute bio break. We'll be right back. Oh yeah, thanks. I'm not sure where they go. Okay, welcome back. We're going to go back to Ryan Groover, Health and Human Service Agency Director, and this is a presentation of our annual Peak Impact Report from Sierra Community House with our Executive Director guest, Paul Bancroft. With that, I'll turn it over to Ryan from Health and Human Services.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bullock, members of the board. Again, Ryan Groover, Health and Human Services Director, and again, I get to introduce and turn it over. So we often talk about community-based organizations or nonprofits as partners, and Sierra Community House certainly is that in Eastern County, but they're much more than that. They've got their fingers in so many pies, involved in so much here. They're really a leader in the Tahoe Truckee community. You saw them up on Phoebe's slide in terms of funded partners. You had an item from them on your consent agenda today. So I'm really pleased to welcome their Executive Director, Paul Bancroft, to deliver their Peak Impact Report to you today. So.
Okay, Chair Bullock, fellow directors, thank you for having me today. Thank you for approving our $3 million contract on the consent agenda. That just slid right through, so that was great. Thanks, Phoebe. Wherever you went, there you are. Well, I'm happy to be here. Welcome to Truckee. My name is Paul Bancroft. On one hat, I'm the chair of Board of Trustees for Sierra College. I'm the Area 2 Tahoe Truckee trustee, but today I'm going to be here as with my executive director hat. Somebody wants to come in. I think they're knocking. Or maybe that was just rousing applause for Sierra College. Yeah, go Wolverines. Anyway, okay. So, Sierra Community House, let's see if I can get, there we go. Okay, so we're about to conclude our 5th year as Sierra Community House. And we went live as an organization July 1st, 2018, and that was the result of the merging of 4 long-standing social service organizations here in North Lake Tahoe Truckee. So as you can see on the slide, we took the North Tahoe Family Resource Center, which was based out of Kings Beach, Project Mana, which was a regional hunger relief organization, the Family Resource Center of Truckee, based here in Truckee, and Tahoe Safe Alliance, which was the regional domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse organization. Brought the 4 together to merge to create a new 5th organization, and that's Sierra Community House. We have many former staff of those organizations here in the audience tonight. It really takes a village to run a nonprofit and then to merge 4 of them to create a new one. So wrapping up our 5th year, it's been a remarkable experience so far. Obviously, we created this organization, and then about 8 months in, a global pandemic hit, and we suddenly had to send everybody home and figure out how to do work that is 99% in person, how to do that remotely, while demand for services went from a 500% to a 2,000% increase across the board of all of our services. We had to grow up really quickly. Now we're in the process of taking a deep breath and going, okay, now we get to focus on some of the basics and continue our forward trajectory. So we serve the entire North Lake Tahoe Truckee region. We serve California, Nevada, so Nevada County, Washoe County, Placer County, El Dorado County down the West Shore, up to the summit, some of Sierra County, depending on road closures and weather availability. So we cover a lot of ground. We have 4 sites. So we have an office here and 2 offices in Truckee, one by the Kid Zone on TTUSD property, one across from Truckee Elementary. We have our food warehouse, which is at the airport next to the food hub and makerspace roundhouse. And then we have an office in Kings Beach and an office in Incline. From an organizational perspective, fully staffed, we're 55 employees. About 95% are full-time, about a $5 million budget overall as an organization. I'm going to briefly go over our programs, Ryan. I have 90 minutes, you said? Okay, so I'm going to go quick, I promise. No, I'm just kidding. So our first program I'm going to highlight is our crisis intervention program, and this is where we work with victims of domestic and sexual violence and child abuse. We operate the only shelter in our region. It's a 90-day program. It's one of 7% of shelters across the country that are pet-friendly, so we firmly believe that someone should not decide on whether or not they're going to leave an abusive situation based on whether or not they can take their pet with them. We operate a 24-hour crisis line here in the community that is multilingual, multicultural, available at all times. And then we have our crisis advocates who provide support to anyone who is experiencing domestic or sexual violence. And the services we provide are essentially anything that is required to get somebody from a violent relationship into a healthy relationship. So financial assistance, Shelter, emergency shelter. We work with local hotels to provide emergency shelter. We also have a transitional housing program, which is a 2-year program where we help somebody move into a new residence if they are getting out of an abusive relationship, and we provide help with moving costs, first and last month's rent, furniture, anything they need to get up on their feet, both financially, sustainably, and independently. And then we do mental health support as well. We work with a lot of our local practitioners, MFTs and LCSWs, to provide therapy for folks who are in need of therapy, and we will pay for 8 sessions of their therapy with the chosen provider that we work with. That's our crisis program. Okay, so our family support program, this is our family resource center activities. So really our advocates are the hub of the services we provide. Somebody will come in, they'll seek services, and then these advocates will connect them to all the rest of our services, both internally and externally. So they do a lot of resource navigation. If somebody needs help with CalFresh, Medi-Cal, other forms of assistance that they're eligible for, they will help them gain access to those services, while also helping them go through the process and help them out with the application. Often there's language barriers, there are technology barriers that we can help provide support to ensuring that they're able to gain that access. If somebody's engaged in county services or through the hospital or other systems, we also help them navigate those systems, which can often be overwhelming or challenging, and especially if you add in language or technology or transportation barriers as well. So a lot of what we do is try to mitigate barriers for folks to access services that are available in the community. Like I said, we help with public benefit applications. We provide a lot of utility and rental assistance. This is one of the programs that at the height of the pandemic, we saw a huge increase, and a lot of people came to us for the first time ever needing services. And, being out of work for as long as they were, they might have had a month's worth of living expenses saved up, but that ran out pretty quickly. We average about $20,000 a month in rental assistance, and that's one-time payments for folks. So we don't do long-term rental assistance. We do it, it's essentially one and done for a year. So folks come to us, they meet with an advocate, they provide their lease, we go through all of their finances, work with them, and then we'll provide that assistance for that month to help bridge that gap. So wherever that funding gap might be, they can apply it elsewhere. And in the meantime, we engage them with our advocates, and we do financial literacy. We looked at other areas, other lives wherein they can become financially sustainable and independent. And if I'm going too fast, let me know. I know time is of the essence today. Okay, our mediation and legal assistance program. And I must mention that all of our services are free and available in English and Spanish. And if other languages are required, then we have contracts with Language Line. So we're also able to provide services in all languages. So our mediation and legal program, we focus on family law, landlord-tenant law, employment, small claims. We are a Department of Justice certified organization, which means we can provide full-scale representation in immigration law. So we're the only organization in our region that provides immigration support for folks who are seeking it. That includes the various pathways to citizenship. We also provide support for U visas and T visas, which are for immigrant victims of crime, immigrant victims of trafficking. We do Know Your Rights education and provide other forms of support and education to the community. I would add in this program, we also do, it's primarily all civil, but we do name change, custody, divorce, restraining orders as it relates to folks who are in domestic violence situations or needing that type of support as well. Okay, our hunger relief program. As I mentioned, our warehouse is over at the airport, so we're grateful to call that home. We do 3 distributions weekly. We're Tuesdays here in Truckee, Wednesday we're in Kings Beach, Thursday we are in Incline, and then we do, so these are pantries, so folks come to us to get food, and then we also do home deliveries for folks who are homebound, for folks who have transportation issues or other health issues. We're currently averaging about 550 households a week who are receiving our food, whether coming to us at our various distributions or in our delivery program. We also have emergency food bags throughout our region, so different county offices, both Placer and Nevada County. Many of our other nonprofit partners, law enforcement, will hold emergency food bags. So in the case that somebody comes and they need food, but it's outside of one of our distributions, the hope is that they can get that food that'll get them through the weekend or the time frame to get to the next food distribution, and we can provide that support for them. We also work with a lot of our local grocery stores, restaurants, farmers to do food rescue. We know legislation passed last year that went into effect this past July in California around food waste and food rescue. And so we are working with a lot of our local providers to be the one to take on that food that would normally be discarded, but is still good, to be able to get it back out into the community. Okay, and lastly, our community engagement program. So this is early learning. So we operate the family room here at Truckee Elementary School. We have, this past year, we had over 100 families participating. This is for kids age 0 to 4, so pre-TK, preschool age, with parents, caregivers. It's a 5-day-a-week program for about an hour a day with child enrichment, engagement. It's building community. It's really quite remarkable. It's a lot of new parents who come and connect with other new parents. We just had our graduation last week, which was quite lovely. And one little anecdote I always like to share about our graduation, we have 2-year-olds, toddlers in red caps and gowns alongside with their caregivers. And we do a ceremony behind our office here in Truckee, and there's a stage. I mean, it's the whole shebang. And last year I was in the office getting ready for the graduation, and there were 2 young moms, and they were putting on their cap and gown, talking to each other. And I overheard one say to the other laughingly going, "I never thought I'd get to wear one of these." And it was such a profound moment to hear the joy as she was saying that, putting on her cap and gown with her child, to be able to go through that together. It was really cool. So next year I invite all of you. Okay, so in addition, we do a lot of different parent cafes. We do a lot of workshops for parents, both in English and Spanish. Some are for new moms. We partner with the hospital. A lot of our workshops are around trauma and healing trauma, whether it's through art, whether it's through peer support. In this program is also our Promotora team, which are the amazing group of 5 women who are native Spanish speakers, who really are leaders and cultural brokers with the Spanish-speaking community. And so their role is to engage the Spanish-speaking community, not only in our services, but in other opportunities, services, programs that are happening in the community. And they're trusted, they're of the community, they're for the community. We work closely with the town and with Placer, Nevada County, as events are coming on and folks are wanting to engage the Spanish-speaking community. They call us, and our Promotora team, we call it the WhatsApp bat signal, and they put out the information and people show up. It's really quite amazing the work they do. And then we have our violence prevention education. So we work in every school in North Lake Tahoe, Truckee, whether it's TTUSD, Washoe County, private schools, charter schools, K through 12, doing healthy relationships and violence prevention education. So it's all age appropriate. So with the little ones, it's stranger danger, it's safety, it's bullying, up through healthy relationships, healthy body image. It's a lot of emotional intelligence work with young folk. And that's the program I started in 16 years ago when we were in the North Tahoe Leadership Program together. Okay, let's see. We can move on. No, where am I going here? Uh-oh, I broke it. Ryan. Well, let's see. Time's up. That's the sign. Okay. Bye. Okay. Just real quick. I am wrapping it up. Just to give you an idea. So from a county perspective, 42% of our services that we provide in that entire region are Nevada County. Last year, we provided about 13,500 services to folks in Nevada County and Truckee. But this is a breakdown of last fiscal year of our by program. So we served nearly 300,000 meals to about 3,000 community members. I'm not going to go through all the numbers. They're on the screen there, but we serve roughly between 500 to 6,500 community members a year through our different services, whether folks are in crisis, whether they're participating in our community engagement workshops, whether through our presentations in our community outreach or our hunger relief program. So we do have our fingers in a lot of the pies, and we're engaged. We partner closely with Kathy and with Jasmine and with Phoebe and with Heidi. And I think that that's one of the characteristics that sets Truckee North Tahoe really elevates us is the level of commitment to collaboration and how well we work together, and that we have to be able to work together to be able to meet the needs of our community members. And I think we heard a lot of that with the presentation with Jasmine earlier and the homeless services. And I think that is exemplified in all the different programs. And we'll hear more from Heidi in a moment, but just speaking to the importance and the value and really the commitment to collaboration and partnership in this region. So that's it. And it worked.
Outstanding. Paul, thank you so much. Yeah, you've been such a contributor to our community, and I've seen Sierra Community House. I was ground zero when you guys moved, obviously, and coordinated all those organizations into one. It's incredible what you've done with it. So thank you for your community support and your vision 16 years ago to bring that forward across time. Yeah, it's no small feat.
It's evolved.
Yeah, it's excellent. Just open it up to questions from my colleagues on the board. Supervisor Swarthout, do you have any questions?
Not really any questions, but just a few comments. Your model of collaboration is extremely impressive. We can take a little lesson for that to take back to the western part of the county, because when I looked at the 4 organizations that are all under the same umbrella, it's very impressive. It seems like everybody still has their own identity, but they recognize that there's an umbrella organization over, and I'm sure that there's a lot of intersection between those services that you provide for families, especially with the domestic violence piece and the hunger piece. So very impressive. And looking at your funding model, it looks like you're funded about 50% from government grants and 50% from private foundations and donations. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, it's probably closer to 70 for overall grants, whether it's from the feds, 2 states and the counties, and then the rest are foundations, fundraising, and the like.
Yeah. Well, it's very impressive program. And like I said, we can take a little lesson and maybe bring some of these ideas back to some of our similar organizations that we have down in the western part of the county, because I think we are all better as a community when we all work together. We all serve the same purpose, which is to help people in our community. So thanks for all your hard work.
I bet. I love talking about consolidating organizations. So
I'm
sign me up.
I'm going to call you. I'm working on something similar with another part of the community where we have, like 15 animal rescue groups that'll do the same thing. They all care about the animals, but it's time for everybody to start working together.
Yeah.
So I will be calling you. Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
I was going to mention one of the funding pieces that Paul and I talked about in a meeting last week is VOCA funding. So Victims of Violent Crime funding, which I'm glad Senator Alvarado Gil and Heidi, you're here, because that VOCA funding is so critical to our community in California, but particularly in rural communities like ours. And we share that same funding stream with our district attorney's office, who's working to reduce the impacts of violent crime. So just mentioning that your organization's taken a huge hit this year with the state.
$500,000.
Yeah, so $500,000
for victim services
out of a $500,000 or $5 million budget. It's quite considerable. Just want to mention that. Thank you, Supervisor Hook.
No, you just hit on part of what I was saying with the funding. It's so important. And Lisa, you hit on it too. I think when you make those umbrella groups, you're so much more efficient with your dollars. And so I commend you. This is amazing. And where you've come from getting this from the 19th and just collaborating. It's very impressive. And so thank you to all the teams and the nonprofits that work inside of here. And because the work is just so important. And like I said, it's so hard to watch that kind of funding get cut. And so hopefully everyone's still advocating, and because it is just so important. I think especially with our economy where it is and work, it just is tough on people out there. And I think you'll see more of it. I was talking to the food bank the other day, the amount of folks that you're feeding and the different touches that go on through the community. So thank you for this work that you're doing. It's just so imperative, and we are all better when we're together, really. I think we accomplish so much more. So thanks for being a great example.
Thank you.
Schofield.
Yeah, Paul, I think we're all looking at the same thing here and what you've been able to do. First of all, it's really great to be up here and have the opportunity to see this program. I think my knowledge of your program is when we see a contract that needs to be approved, and there was at least one.
There was
in consent today. So that's usually the extent of what I see. So it's really good to be up here and seeing this and seeing just how diverse you are. I like the regional part of it. And of course, you guys have to be pretty regional up here, even more so than us down in the Western County. But just as Lisa said, and Sue too, it's like I look at Hospitality House, Community Beyond Violence, IFBAM, Helping Hands, Bright Future, Sierra Roots. Those are all independent organizations in the Western County that you guys have kind of put together. And I can see where that couldn't have been easy.
It was a lot of work.
I mean, I see a lot of silos on each one of those.
Yeah, it was a lot of work.
You'd have to really convince them to say an umbrella of organization. But I can see the benefit of it too. So I think we're all kind of focused on that. So thank you for the work you've done, Paul.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I was on the board when you guys went through that consolidation, and I remember there was a lot of excitement, but a whole lot of anxiety, just uncertainty, how to make it happen, how to make it work with staff, how to make it work with the projects. And this is really impressive that it sounds like you've made it work and you've actually probably been able to expand your services because of that great collaboration. So it's it is a great example, as everyone has said, a great example of how to make something like that work. Although I'm sure the circumstances were fairly unique. You're pretty isolated up here. And so it was to everyone's benefit, I think, to consolidate. So thanks for all that. And thanks for the great report.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. With that, we're going to go to public comment. Are there any public comments on our Sierra Community House presentation? It looks like Kristen and Heidi both. Yeah, welcome.
Race to the podium.
I am so happy to get to be here today and hear Paul's presentation. I'm going to speak to Paul for a minute. Paul, thank you so much. I remember last year you toured. Okay. You do love to talk about how you consolidate, and I love hearing it. And I have, I've had the great pleasure and opportunity in my role with the senator to see so many ways that people collaborate up here for the greater good. And I've come to call it, when I talk about it with other people, yeah, it's a North Tahoe thing, collaboration. And I think, Paul, what you did, what you've created is one of the finest examples of how consolidating and pooling energies and commitments just serves so beautifully. So I'm happy to hear the presentation today again, and how it's evolved even from last year and how it's continuing to evolve. My heart breaks about the 500,000, the VOCA funds. I know the senator is not happy about that either. It's an incredibly difficult year, and there's a lot of heartbreak of it. But I have every confidence that, Paul, you will find the gap, fill in the gap, and you'll continue to do great things. So anyway, thank you.
Chair Bullock, Board, thank you for making the trip. Yeah, this will be quick. There's a perception that Truckee is a very wealthy community, and the truth is that there is a huge amount of wealth disparity. So what Paul does is incredibly important, and I'm just here to say he has my 100% support, as well as the Community Foundation. I am on their board, but I run into Paul around town occasionally, and one of the last times I ran into him was over at the food hub, and he, in addition to running all this, he was unloading the truck that day. So this guy, he does anything it takes to get it done, and we really appreciate him. Thanks.
Thanks, Kristen. Gosh.
Yeah, you embody the Truckee way, Paul. Yeah, for sure. Kristen, thanks for making those comments. Any other public comments here? Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Excellent. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Sierra Community House. Moving on to item number 49. This is our CEO, Allison Lehman. This will be an informational presentation on the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency, the JPA, and a additional presentation on Hobart Mills.
Great. Thank you, Chair Bullock. I'd like to introduce Heidi Volkart-Alstead, who's the Executive Director of the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency, as well as Mandy Stewart, our staff to the board in the CEO's office, who's going to be providing a presentation on the work of the Housing JPA here in Truckee. But I also want to recognize the board's policy direction last January, where an ad hoc was developed with Supervisors Swathout and Chair Bullock to look at workforce housing. There's been a lot of efforts that we're very proud of in terms of transitional and low-income housing with Cashins and Lone Pines in Western County. The ad hoc is bringing focus to the importance of workforce housing. These are families who are making an annual median income of 80% or higher and still struggle to find housing in both Eastern and Western County. So we're really appreciative of the work of the Truckee JPA that is really setting model programs that we could learn from and explore how maybe we could translate that to Western County. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Good to see all of you today. Thank you for having me. Like Allison Lehman said, I'm Heidi Alstead with the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency, the Executive Director. I'm, I think, 10 months into this new role and grateful to be here, so thank you. First, I just want to give you kind of a background and update of who we are and what we're doing. But we are made up of 7 different member agencies in our region. We have Nevada County, Placer County, the hospital, the school district, the public utility district, the airport, and the town of Truckee makes up our 7 member agencies in our JPA. Our vision is that we envision a thriving community where all local employees have access to quality homes that they can afford. Our mission is that we facilitate workforce housing solutions for the Truckee Tahoe workforce. We were founded in 2020 to help provide support to the 2,300 employees of our 7 member agencies. And in 2023, through our strategic planning process, we expanded our services to include the entire workforce, not just our employees. Just a quick timeline. We started talking about our organization and the housing needs back in 2018 through the Mountain Housing Council and through apparently a burrito meeting that I was not privy to. And then we were founded in 2020 and we started launching our programs that same year. We started a long-term rental program. And then in 2021, we looked at how can the JPA really support our housing and our region by accessing and looking at land that all of you have. And so how can we look at that to start potentially doing some development on the land that our member agencies own. So we did that exercise. Then in 2021, we expanded to include the 3 entitlement agencies to our list, as well as making up the 7 agencies. And then in 2022, we launched a home purchase navigation services. So folks that have questions about purchasing a home can contact us directly. We can help provide that support. And then in 2023, we launched our 5-year strategic plan, and it's pretty hefty, but we're working hard in this next year to get through some things. Oops. Our board is made up of 7 different board members from the different member agencies. They have allocated 2 board members, a primary and an alternate to our board. So there's always someone at our board meeting. And then we have 2 staff. So we're pretty small but mighty. Our funding model, I wanted to kind of share with you. I'm not sure if you've seen this before, but our funding model, every year in January, we look at our funding model for our new budget, and how we determine this is through the number of employees that for each member agency. So there's an equation that we use. And so for Nevada County specifically, this current fiscal year was a little over $21,000. And for this coming fiscal year, we're looking at, it went down a little bit, but a little over 20,000. So again, we do an annual employee count in January, and then we calculate the member fees, and about $15,000 of each member fee is allocated toward our administrative and overhead. and then we invoice you in June, July. So just to highlight Mountain Housing Council's work that really helped inform our agency, we're looking at, in their 2023 updated housing needs assessment, a little over 8,200 total housing needs in our community. And the 80% to 195 AMI, or area median income, makes up about 42% of that population. And that's really our focus as a JPA, is to focus on the missing middle. And so this is just an important slide to show you the need. Again, this is our target range, 80% to 245% AMI. There's very little programs affiliated with this income range, and so we're here to help support and to make sure that our people that work here can live here in our community. How do we serve? So we educate and promote the number of regional programs throughout our community. So any one of your employees can contact us and we can put them in touch with the varying different programs, such as Placer County's WIP program, or Workforce Housing Preservation Program, or the THAP program through the town of Truckee, and the Martis Fund. And so we can help guide them through the use of those funds and how that would work, and help connect them to those services. Additionally, we administer 2 down payment assistance programs right now, one through the hospital. They have allocated $900,000 of down payment assistance funds to their employees for this next fiscal year to help them purchase homes in our region at a low interest rate. Additionally, the airport has also implemented this program as well, and they've allocated $250,000 for their employees as well. It's been a very popular program with the hospital. We're still getting it off the ground with the airport, but a lot of those funds are used up pretty quickly. And also, another big component of our organization is to really help you retain and recruit your employees as well. So as soon as there's a recruiting process happening, we're connected with those people immediately to help them with housing if they don't already have something in the region. So we provide general housing support. So any housing questions, even if you're not in that AMI bracket that we discussed, we will help support you, whether it's through sending them to see our community house if they have needs in the lower income range, and also access to rental homes as well. So like I said, we connect them to statewide housing resources, rental programs, down payment assistance programs, and then we have a home rental housing match as well. So we work with our local community who may have a second home that they would like to rent out for long term, and they're provided a small incentive for that to turn it over to long-term rental. And then we're working on a master lease pilot program right now with a recent development in town. And so one of the things that we're working with is we have accessed all of your employees. We've notified them of this development so that they get the first right to be able to rent these new units. And then we're working on a master lease with them as well. Many of the employees that we serve have stated that they feel supported and they feel good about having access to housing services. Additionally, when an employee has housing, they feel satisfied in their work and their well-being is at a high level. Again, we help with recruitment and retention of those employees as well, and community engagement. And we are here to help advocate for housing programs in our region. This is kind of small for the people in the back, I apologize, but just wanted to kind of show you a graph here of how we are funded. And 5% of Nevada County's fees make up our annual budget. Right now, through 2020 through May of 2024, we have served over 600 people, whether they were member agency employees or general public with services. And this year alone, we've served 9 of your employees through our 23-24 fiscal year. We assisted a new employee with a home rental match program. And we are working with your sheriff department around some housing for the sheriffs that live here and that work here. So we're working on that right now. These are our 5-year strategic plan targets. They're pretty hefty, but this past month, we worked with the board to really identify some changes that needed to happen with our strategic plan. So 24-25 fiscal year, we're looking at really creating a fund management plan between the different entities so that we can commingle funds for projects. And then we're also working on 2 pilot programs or development programs. One is the Hobart Mills project, which Mandy will discuss in a moment, and an Alder Creek site with the TTUSD school district as well. So those are the 2 sites we're going to be focusing on and working on feasibility studies here over the next year. Our next steps this year is at our July board meeting, we're going to be putting forward the new strategic plan targets for 24-25 and a finalized budget as well as agency work plan. And then for Hobart Mills, we'll be looking at partnership agreements and MOUs between the different entities that we'll talk about here in a moment, as well as a feasibility study. And we continue to work with your HR departments and your different departments. When we're here for any questions you have, we're always here. So please, again, we're so grateful that you're part of our JPA. Thank you. Any questions?
Heidi, thank you so much. I think we're going to have a wrap-up presentation on Hobart, and then we'll go to questions from the board for both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Heidi. Thank you for that great comprehensive overview of the Truckee-Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency and what you do, not only for the member agencies, but also for our greater community. So thank you for being here today. Chair Bullock, honorable members of the board, my name is Mandy Stewart. I'm an analyst for your office as well as the county executive office, and I'm excited to be here today to share a little bit about the Hobart Mills project we are exploring. So as you are well aware, the rural landscape provides its own unique set of challenges when it comes to serving our constituents. Finding solutions for workforce housing is no different. We are exploring Hobart Mills as a possible model and solution for meeting the housing needs in our rural community. Heidi already did an excellent job of highlighting the overall need for housing in the Truckee-Tahoe region, especially for households making between 80% and 160% of our AMI. But in addition to our traditional workforce, there is a critical need for a solution to house our hotshot team, who protect us against a very real threat of catastrophic wildfire in our area. Currently, our hotshot team is living in tents and dilapidated trailers, which is not acceptable given their role in our overall safety and well-being. Our local partners at the U.S. Forest Service also share in this need for critical housing. I want to provide a little background on how Hobart Mills Work Center became a possibility for housing. In 2018, the Farm Bill was passed. The Farm Bill includes a provision which allows for the leasing of U.S. Forest Service administrative sites by local municipalities or other agencies for the purpose of developing economic improvements such as workforce housing. The Farm Bill language states that the lease must first be offered to the municipality or county upon which the site is located. Following the expiration of the time frame for exercising the right of first refusal, the opportunity to lease the administrative site can be opened up to other qualified entities. The Farm Bill allows for the leasing entity to cover its long-term lease obligations with in-kind considerations, which can include the cost to construct improvements on the site, as well as free and/or discounted rents to staff of the U.S. Forest Service, which would include the hotshot team. The original version of the Farm Bill was set to expire in September 2023. However, under the continuing resolution, which was passed by the U.S. government in November of 2023, the Farm Bill was extended until September of 2024. While we can't be 100% certain at this time, we are of the understanding that the Farm Bill will likely be extended in its current form for 1 or more years, starting in September 24, which would include the extension of this leasing authority. Following the passage of the Farm Bill in 2018, Summit County, Colorado is the first and only municipality at this time to have successfully entered into a lease with the U.S. Forest Service to lease an administrative site and develop workforce housing. Summit County signed a lease for an 11-acre parcel at the Dillon Work Center, which is located in the White River National Forest, on September 27th, 2023, just 3 days before the original bill was set to expire. Summit County is now working in partnership with the U.S. Forest Service and the town of Dillon to develop 162 income-based rental units to house both county residents as well as the U.S. Forest Service staff. Summit County has engaged a third-party developer to design, finance, construct, and manage the development. Construction is expected to start in 2025 and last through late 2026. So how can we come together to achieve the same outcome as Summit County? Well, as it's been said many times today in this room, we can partner, we can work together. Following the introduction of the leasing authority included in the Farm Bill, the U.S. Forest Service, Nevada County, and the Truckee-Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency started to have discussions on opportunities to bring affordable housing and workforce housing to our region. These discussions commenced in 2021, right around the same time that Nevada County officially became a member of the Truckee-Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. The partners identified 2 potential U.S. Forest Service sites near Truckee as possible locations for workforce housing. Due to one site's location in the airport's flight zone, Hobart Mills remains as a viable option for further exploration. An initial proposal was submitted to the U.S. Forest Service in May 2023 for a potential workforce housing project at the Hobart Mill site. And in March 2024, as Heidi outlined, the board members of the Truckee-Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency selected the Hobart Mill site as a priority site for continued exploration and due diligence. Due to this increase in support, as well as the direction provided by the Truckee-Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency Board, the partners are now in the process of exploring site feasibility and basic infrastructure needs. While the site is located just 6 miles north of the town of Truckee, it currently lacks some basic infrastructure such as wastewater options and secondary egress for fire. The current Hobart Mills parcel is comprised of roughly 60 acres, and under the Farm Bill legislation, leasing entities are permitted to develop up to 40 acres for a specific project. The topography at the site is relatively flat and would not require notable upfront site work to level out. Additionally, being just 6 miles away from the town of Truckee, the vehicle miles traveled, or VMTs, would be significantly reduced, given that much of our local workforce commutes from Reno and other outlying areas to their places of employment in and around Truckee. So next steps. Given the lack of basic infrastructure, Nevada County is now working with the Truckee-Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency to source a third-party consultant to assist with identifying infrastructure solutions, as well as estimated costs associated with bringing infrastructure to the site. We expect to come back to you over the coming months to bring an engineering consultant contract for your approval. Additionally, we expect to request approval from you to use a portion of the already allocated dollars for East County Housing Solutions to fund the contract. Conversations are also underway regarding zoning and entitlement at the site. Does the zoning fall to the code of the U.S. Forest Service as the landowners, or does the zoning fall to the local jurisdiction, which would be Nevada County? Legal teams are currently working to gain clarity on the zoning entitlement issue, and we will share what we find. As mentioned, Summit County, Colorado is currently the only municipality to have successfully entered into a lease with the U.S. Forest Service for the right to use their land for the development of workforce housing. This model is still new. We shared this concept with the staff at RCRC in February 2024, and they were thrilled at the notion that a successful project, such as Hobart Mills, could become a model for other rural counties across the state of California. Rural counties have unique challenges, and we are here today to share a potential solution for bringing workforce housing to not only our rural county, but also to others across the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have some comments, no questions, but open it up. Supervisor Hall, questions?
Thank you. This is great to see this come back. This is a really exciting opportunity. And I'm sure you were going to talk about this too, Hardy, that Hardy and I were able at NACO to meet both with the Summit County supervisor, who gave a great presentation on a panel that I had. And, the takeaway from there was it takes some time. She talks about 8 years, but I think once they really got serious, it was more like 4 years. And so I think we're going to have to be patient if we're going to do this and understand that it's going to take a while. And then my takeaway from when we met with Chief Randy Moore's staff on it was also there are some complications. I mean, this is going to be new and exciting. I think the infrastructure piece is really clearly one of the biggest ones, the cost-wise. And so assuming that there'll be some movement to look for funding for that early on or start assessing where that funding might come from. The other piece that wasn't mentioned here, and I think Randy Moore's staff, sort of her first reaction was same as mine, which was, oh my God, the vegetation on this piece of land. It is just completely overgrown, extreme fire danger. And for a Forest Service piece of land, that has to be done exactly right. It has to be a model. And so it wasn't mentioned in here. I think that's also going to be costly, or a trade that somehow maybe the Forest Service could do. But I'd love to make sure that you keep that on the radar, that that you're also working with emergency services or OESs, or also looking for funding for that piece of it. But it sounds really exciting and could be a really great model for rural areas.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. Thanks for mentioning the NACO piece, which was instrumental in getting some inside knowledge on that project, how it shook out for Summit County. Supervisor Swarthout?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm working on the ad hoc committee that we have down in the Western County. So I think we look to your model of how you've structured the program significantly, and it gives us some ideas of what to do down there. I like on the Hobart Mills, the fact that you identified another community who's in the process of doing it, I think is really helpful. No sense in reinventing the wheel. I think Heidi actually answered the question I had, was what's the time frame? Because I know it's not easy working with the federal government, but do you guys have a sense for, is this a 5-year program or a 10-year program, do you think?
As far as the leasing authority under the Farm Bill?
Well, the leasing authority, and then actually moving the project forward to a point where you have identified a partner to come in and actually do the build once all the approvals are accepted.
So as Supervisor Hall mentioned, it took Summit County, I think, about 4 years to get the project into lease form, which is currently where it's at. They have hired a third-party developer now to move the project actually to construction and financing. But as I understand, the lease took them about 4 years to get in place.
Part of it, okay. And that's good to know, I think, for our purposes. And on the western side, we're looking at more public-private partnership with private landowners, and if they're motivated to sell, it's a much quicker process. So anyway, thank you. I'm going to continue to follow this, and maybe at some point our ad hoc can come up and meet with your JPA and get some better ideas on what you guys are working on and how we can incorporate some of those things into the Western County.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything we can do to help out.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Heidi.
Yeah, sorry, I went right onto Hobart Mills, but I agree that it's very impressive, the programs that you've got in place with employees and subsidizing costs of housing. So that's really impressive, and I think that'd be great if our housing committee brings back lessons from that. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield?
Yeah, really no questions. Impressed with what you're able to accomplish up here, and I think more than anything, I'm kind of wondering where we stand with your committee, Lisa, and how close we are to creating another organization such as this.
Supervisor Hook?
Yeah, this intrigues me. I'd love to see this move forward, and I love what you're doing. And how can we look at that when the challenge is building housing, right? There's more restrictions and more policy that makes it harder and harder every day for us even to build. It gets so expensive. So really excited how this works. I love how the rent thing you're working on right now, that intrigues me as well. How do you get cooperative landowners to really find that as a benefit? So that's been exciting to watch that happening. And then Farm Bill, like it just left committee. So it was going to be kind of interesting. Where does that, as we get closer to that passing and making sure that piece of the policy is still intact so that we haven't done all this work for anything. So I know that the advocacy you guys are working on back at Washington is really important for this. And then the other side of it, we have land that's sitting there doing nothing that really could be having a big benefit. And like you mentioned with vegetation, is sitting there, this could be, the vegetation can be taken care of, money granted, and become more productive. So there's a lot of positive to this, to being a part of the influence for our whole community. So yeah, I'm excited to see where this all leads. I mean, you guys got this big local part with the rentals. You got this part with home buyers. I love what RCRC works on. I'm glad you guys are connected with them for home buyer with interest rates the way they are right now too. That's been a challenge for people. So really good presentation. Thank you for being here. And I'm excited to see what our ad hoc committee is going to come up with, being creative with housing over the next few years. So you guys got a lot up here with snow load. I don't know. There's a lot going on. So it's really kind of exciting to see the creativity that's going out there to make it happen. So thanks for being a part of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Heidi, thanks for the JPA's involvement. I wasn't actually aware of the stats you brought forward for direct support of our Nevada County employees, but it was really refreshing to see that. Obviously, I was at the burrito meeting as well.
Yeah.
It was Red Truck Burritos in the
Nice.
airport conference room. Yeah, I just wasn't aware that you guys have made such a direct impact. And I know, and I just will acknowledge in a candid way, the JPA has fought hard to find its identity and how it can really bring leverage to the housing needs of the people both in the membership and then also the greater community. So I just like to applaud you and the board for pulling that strategic plan together. I know there were some tears and some arm wrestling that went into that, but I think you guys are headed in the right path. And I mean, just a sheer fact that you've directly addressed 9 people from Nevada County and also working with the Sheriff's Department and others. We didn't have just kind of relevant story. We didn't have a Nevada County Sheriff's deputy that lived up here until recently. Officer Norden now lives here, and it's because he could find a place to live and he can live up here. So we have one deputy that kind of knows the community. So I think it's really critical. The other thing I'll mention is the 26 stakeholder meetings I did in December. I think 25 of them wanted to talk about housing. So they all said, we have limitations to our business. We have limitations to our employees and staff members and leadership because we can't find anywhere to live. We can't pay for it. It's not just about buying workforce housing. It's about there's nowhere to rent. I can't rent a place here, so I have to commute. So it's really affecting our economy. So thank you for your support on the JPA. On the Hobart Mills part, awesome presentation. I've seen parts of that, but the way you put it together really wrapped it up. And I so appreciate you and Ariel and all the support you guys have brought to that project to make it happen. It's not without there's a lot of obstacles there. And, the infrastructure is one of them. The funding is another. A community funding mechanism or instrument was what Colorado talked a lot about, how to make a CFD essentially to bring forward funds and put it into the Forest Service is actually talking to us about, please help us advocate within our own organization because it's a huge battleship. And so getting that done and applaud Jeff's put a lot of pressure on the Ledge and Reg side of things with NACO. And then also both senators and, at the state level, trying to make sure, in the federal level, trying to make sure that we're supported in that farm bill. And I think we've sent them language. They've made the agreement to incorporate the language. So as far as I know, to your point, I think the farm bill, our portion that we've asked for is in as a rider. Is that right?
Chair Bullock, that is correct. We have submitted Redline input to Senator Padilla's office, who's incorporated those. However, I will say because currently there's no drafts out, so everything still really is pending. But we've been reassured by that office, their support, and we've heard that from both NACO, who's also advocating for those pieces, and through your federal lobbyist.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the effort.
Chair Bullock, do you mind leaning forward? Thank you.
Turn that on.
Thank you.
There's a recent mental behavioral health study up here. Kate's Amsterdam Foundation did this big study, and it also identified hovering around 8,000 units in eastern portion of the county. Short needed. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yep.
Is that
just eastern? Yes, kind of Truckee, Martis Valley, Eastern County.
Okay, so it encompasses Placer and Nevada County.
It does.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's typically Donner Summit eastward. Placer, all of Martis Valley proper. You stop when you go over to the lake. Stop after you're on the west side of the summit. Any other questions? See none. We'll go ahead and open up public comment. Any public comment? Any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
No callers. Any comments here in the chambers? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion for approval.
So moved. Anybody else?
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Heidi and Mandy, thank you so much. Pleasure working with you.
Can I sound totally off topic, but it's probably been since I was in high school since there were 3 Heidis in the room. I think Heidi Meyerhofer already left, but that in Spanish they say we're each other's tocayos. So good job, Heidi.
It's funny. I was actually thinking the same exact thing at one point. And I was like, hey, wait, what? Yeah.
We've got a club.
Make things happen. We're going to move on, if I can get my paper sorted properly. We are on item number 50. Thank you. Okay. Item 50, this is Chief of Staff Jeff Thorsby, and this is a really exciting piece for the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. It's a certificate of recognition for Megan Beam, being named as the first female board president of the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe, and our executive director Ed is also in the audience here. Expect to hear a little bit from both of them. With that, I'll turn it over to our Chief of Staff, Jeff Thorsby.
All right, thank you so much, Chair Bullock, honorable members of the board. This is a really exciting certificate of recognition bringing forward to you today for a number of reasons. For me, I think really, and your board has honored Women's History Month in March. It has really honored the work, and I think through the leadership of your county executive officer, really leadership of women. And so this is really exciting. For me as well, I actually your office is staffed by women, and I am humbled and inspired every day. And so I just wanted to articulate that, important to me personally. But I am honored to really bring forward Megan Bam, who was appointed as the first female board president of the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe in 2024. The association was actually founded in 1998 and is a local nonprofit whose mission is to promote a positive business environment for building the housing industry and enhance opportunities for its membership in the community. As a number of you know, you're at the Western counterpart and Nevada County Contractors Association. Megan hails from a family of contractors and subcontractors, and has a world of experience in working in this area. She's respected and recognized for a strong business acumen, as well as her outstanding representation of all the trades. Her accomplishments has inspired CAT and celebrated women in construction, honoring the successes and perspectives of women in the industry all year long. She's right here, so I'm going to turn it over to her because I think she's the person you want to actually hear from. So, Megan.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the recognition. I appreciate it. I love being at CAT. I love working with all the women. There have always been a lot of women in the office who really make everything go the way it should. And they put in a lot of work to do that. So I'm really like seeing all the women in the room. additionally, I was going to mention our mission statement, but Jeff did that for me. So I appreciate that you all are partners of ours in helping to enhance the housing and building industry in the area. I look forward to us working together more to do that. But really, I just really appreciate the recognition, and I hope that Cat will continue to utilize the women that we have available to us, in addition to just helping to enhance the housing opportunities that, we're a pivotal part in that as well. Our members really help to make that happen. So again, thank you so much for the recognition.
Well, this is a learning moment for me because I should have prepared something to say. But first of all, thank you very much for the recognition. Megan's been a part of our organization for a long time and is always there to volunteer at our events and always has good, sage advice for me and for our staff, as well as the rest of the board. I'd also like to recognize our incoming president for 2025, Heather Shoup. Hi. She's sitting in the audience. So, again, I just wanted to thank you very much. If I could just take a moment to tell you how Kat's been working with the county. I know Supervisor Bullock sees me a lot. I don't see the rest of you very often. But George has been very instrumental in working with us. Anywhere we are, he's there. And if he's not there, he calls me to find out where we are so he can join us. So I appreciate you engaging with us, George. You've been a wonderful partner for our organization and our community. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. And again, we look forward to 2025 because I'll be honest, the ladies just get stuff done at CAT. They keep me pretty busy. So thank you to Denise and Christian and Brooke, who's holding down the fort at the office as well, and to our Women's Committee, who's also celebrating women in construction this year, and we intend to keep doing it for the coming years ahead. Thank you very much.
Nice. Thank you for those words. And Megan, thank you so much for being the first female board president. It's something to be really proud of. And CAT is one of those organizations that I really look up to. I'll sit down with your board and I always get really good, solid questions that are really hard to answer. And you have to kind of figure out what balance are we striking, right, between construction, activity, job growth, economic prosperity, meeting the housing needs, the impact of the construction, all of those different, trying to strike a balance, right? And how do we reflect our own community while meeting the building needs and the housing needs of everybody? CAT has been so on point in developing a philosophy and a leadership style and a culture that allows people like us to make good decisions around housing. It's thumbs up. It doesn't work that way in all communities. A lot of times it's a fight, but it's not here. And I credit CAT with the ability to bring those partners together. We also look to you for technical advice, and George reaches out when we have code changes and amendments and ordinances that affect your trades. And so we hope that we're responsive to your needs. And I know, George, I think the first time I heard about George was like, I'm going golfing with Ed. I was like, that's awesome. Okay, great. So it was really great. Thank you, George. And thanks, Tricia, for being part of that community. I know you know Joan Jones Corda. And Joan has been a longtime contributor to CAT and also a female contractor who's just had immense returns and inspirational to all of us at CAT and here in the Truckee community. She's not here today, but I just wanted to say a shout out because she's done a lot. Yeah.
Oh. She was also mayor of Truckee, I believe, for a period of time, and she is quite involved in a lot of development for housing for those people who can't afford it. Affordable housing.
Yeah. Yep. She's done a lot. And now she's involved with the library on the construction side, trying to understand, kind of integrate some of her concepts with construction and engineering economy and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to comments from the board. Supervisor Swarthout.
Once again, Truckee leads the way in being progressive and innovative, and having a woman as the first woman president of your organization. I have spent a lot of time over the years working with your counterpart down in Nevada County as having worked in local government for a long time. And it's hard to make inroads as a woman with that group of men. It's hard to, don't mean anything derogatory, but I know it's very hard to get them to take you seriously. So the fact that you have been elected by your peers to serve in that position just speaks volumes to your professionalism and obviously your leadership skills. So congratulations. You got a woman incoming right behind you. You need to start talking to our people down there a little bit more for some more women on their board. As far as I know, they only have one and promotion. So congrats.
Thank you very much.
And Supervisor Hook, you've built a few things.
Huh?
You've built a few things.
I know. No. That's not my forte. But I do have a sister-in-law that does construction, and I think it's amazing. So it's wonderful that you step up to the plate in the middle of what's going on and do that. So thank you, and leading the way, right? I think that's very exciting, and congratulations for you to take the next step. But yeah, lots of things happening in building and construction. And if we don't all do that together, we can't make the right decisions, right? So thanks for being there. And women do like to get things done. A little different than men, I think. So
I agree.
There you go.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield, what do you have to say about that?
I have to be careful here. You let one on and the next thing you know, you're surrounded by them, right?
Very true.
That is not me. I think it's kind of unusual to see places where it's a first woman, because obviously there's so many women that are involved with the leadership of our country now. And I think you look around here and you can see where the county of Nevada stands with women. I don't think we think about it. I just don't think about having 3 women up here, and Hardy and I mean, it's the 5 of us. And I think if you look at our leaders over here, they're women. I think about things have changed over the years. When I was president of the Grass Valley Rotary, way back in 95, something like that, I brought in the first woman member of Rotary in Western Nevada County back then. And now it's like, wow, you really need the women to keep these organizations running. And I think about in the Contractors Association, I don't know too many of them, but Barbara was the face of the Contractors Association for so many years. And I tend to think of Haven Carvelli, who sits on the Grass Valley City Council, who has her business. And it sits with the Economic Resource Council, and I know what a great piece of energy and organizational skills that Haven brings to that group. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed, but I'm not impressed. There's just, you've got somebody following you. So congratulations.
Thank you.
What have you got to say, Hardy?
I think you said it all. I don't have a lot to say, just congratulations. And it's kind of, for me, it's the one county piece, right? One county, men, women, skin color, racial heritage, sexual orientation. We're just one community. And this is just another step in illustrating to everybody out there that we stand as one. So thank you so much for your service to CAT. Ed, thanks for your leadership at CAT. Looking forward to meeting you as the new incoming president, and all the best of luck to you. And we do have a resolution that Supervisor Hall is going to read for us. And then we'd like to get a picture down here in the front with you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say congratulations also to you very much. Women's leadership, the importance of having women at the head of organizations cannot be underestimated. The difference it makes, the importance of having equal representation and different voices and different thoughts. It's easy to feel like we all are one community, want to be, but the fact is it is different for underrepresented parts of our community. So it does deserve congratulations. I love the saying that we all, I'm sure, know, unless maybe the younger generation is losing it, but Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, only backwards and in high heels, right? And that is indeed how it sometimes feels, I think, to be in leadership. So that means you've persevered and brought obviously great judgment and character to what you're doing. And I know how important these organizations are. CAT and our organization in Western County, they're incredibly important to our county. So kudos to that organization for standing up women's organizations and promoting women and recognizing the need for leadership. So really, this is very, very exciting. So I will read the certificate so Hardy doesn't lose his voice for the rest of the day. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Megan Beam for being named the first female board president of the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. In January 2024, Beam, am I saying it correctly? Beam. Thank you. In January 2024, Megan Bain was appointed as the first female board president of CAT since the organization's founding in 1998. Megan now serves at the helm of the local nonprofit CAT's board of directors, whose mission is to promote a positive business environment for the building and housing industry and enhance opportunities for its members and the community. Megan hails from a family of contractors and subcontractors, and in 2001, she partnered with her brother to open Sierra Crest Cabinets, which is still in operation today in Carnelian Bay. Megan runs the entire business operation today. Megan initially felt inspired to get involved with CAT to ensure that everyone could benefit from the contractors industry. Megan's success serves as a beacon of change in an industry that has historically been dominated by male representation. She's respected and recognized for her strong business acumen and as an outstanding representation of the trades. Megan's accomplishment has inspired CAT to celebrate women in construction by honoring the successes and perspectives of women in the industry all year long. Awesome. The County of, that wasn't in there, the awesome part. So it was me. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Megan Beam for her successful leadership in the construction sector and for being named the first female board president of CAT.
Thank you so much.
If I may just really quickly so people understand what the responsibility is, CAT covers 6 different counties. We have over 400 members, 13 committees, a PAC, a nonprofit, and then we've got CAT. So it's a big responsibility she has, and she does it with grace and with good sage advice that she provides me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. And I'll thank you. Yeah, and I think I need to check where we are. Did I ask for public comment on this?
Not yet.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We'll open up public comment on this item. Anybody? George.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. For those who don't know me, I'm George Shirk. I'm the building director for the County of Nevada. And Ed, this is probably breaking news to you. I'm also been the acting director of public works for a few months now too. Okay, good. But no, Ed and I have been partners since I arrived here in California about 18 months ago. Ed was not far behind me, and it took over CAT, and we've become fast friends. And if you don't know, Nevada County is a member of CAT. So we're a partner with them, as well as the NCCA down in the western side of the county. So I want to congratulate Megan and CAT, and we look forward to many years of a good relationship and a partnership. Because I tell everybody all the time, us and CAT and us in the building community arguing, nothing gets done. We want to be your partner. We want to help you. We want to get these solutions for housing, affordable housing, and marketplace housing as well. So thank you, CAT, and congratulations, Megan.
Yeah, nice word. Thanks, George.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Stontiner. My family owns the Mountain Forge. My husband was the outgoing president of CAT last year, the 2023 president. And I want to say that we're really thrilled to have Megan at the helm. She's basically been on her own because my husband had gone through a pretty heavy season of ski coaching as well as running the Mountain Forge. And so it was a real time crunch for him to be involved and to kind of change arms into the new presidency. And then he was met with some health issues. So Megan has really just been on her own, just taking charge and making things happen. And we really, really appreciate her leadership at CAT.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Jennifer. We appreciate Tony for his leadership as well. Any other comments? Any callers on the line?
Chair, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's bring the caller in. Hello, Matthew.
Yes.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Yes, I just encourage the Truckies Contractors Association not to follow suit with the Nevada County one on the West Slope, being that putting out a 5,000 mailer hit piece on me to run for Grass Valley City Council during the next election, or the last election with Haven Car Valley. That was just misappropriate use of the members' funds. So I encourage Truckee not to get involved with politics at that level that Grass Valley seems to have at a very large level. And including several people that work for the city of Grass Valley now working for the Contractors Association. So their stranglehold on a very small town with a very small contingent of agreeable people is very well in place. They don't seem to want to work with anyone on the outside at all. They only want to work with people that fully agree with them. And I can see that Truckee has great dialogue and work through things and create great things. And I encourage you guys to keep doing that and not do what the Nevada County Contractors Association has done over here in Grass Valley, California. Thank you.
Thanks for dialing in, Matthew. Any other callers?
No other callers,
Nope.
Chair.
Any other comments here? Seeing none. No additional comments by the board. No. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. With that, congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, photo.
Sorry, we'll do a photo up here.
Sorry, yeah, right.
Looks like it's a 11:58. We're just about on time with the 12 o'clock. We are going to head into our item number 51, our closed session, and I'll turn it over to our chief counsel to read us into closed session. And then we're going to go to lunch, and then we'll be back here at, I believe, 1:15. Thank you. Afternoon session begins at 1:15, a little different. With that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Kid Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, County Council is requesting a closed session regarding real property negotiations. All of the details of those property negotiations are as stated in the agenda.
Great, thank you.
Sorry,
Chair
and
Bullock?
did you want any public comment?
Well, how come I do that every time? Okay, we're going to train on this. Is there any public comment on our closed session item?
There are no callers, Chair Bullock.
No callers either?
No callers.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll see you at 1:15. Thank you.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning, This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area. Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation.
Okay, we'll call everything back into order, and I'm going to go to Chief Counsel, Ms. Kit Elliott, to read us back out of closed session.
Yes, Chair. In our closed session, direction was given to staff.
Thank you. Okay, item 52. This is Chief of Staff Jeff Thorsby. Jeff's here. This is a resolution recognizing the 75th anniversary of Tahoe Forest Hospital District, delivering excellence and service to the communities of Truckee North Tahoe region. Looking forward to hearing from the board, and take it away, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Chair Bullock, honorable members of the board. I feel like today I'm getting such an awesome opportunity just to introduce some amazing people to you, so I really appreciate it. So as you mentioned, today we have a resolution recognizing the 75th anniversary of the Tahoe Forest Hospital District and their work for the community. I have a number of folks, including Chair Alice Wong of the board. We also have board members Mary Brown, Dale Chamberlain, Michael McGarry. We also have our acting CEO, Louis Ward, Chief Medical Officer Brian Evans, and Ted Owens here to present to you. And so we're really excited to bring this forward to you. I'm going to go and spare you from hearing from me and go and kick it over to Alice, and she can provide some information for you.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Alice, welcome.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this acknowledgement, and thank you for your part in the development of Tahoe Forest Hospital District. Dick Joseph, an Armenian immigrant, was a prominent figure in Truckee. Starting in the 1920s, he owned...
I'm sorry for the chatter. We
have a little... We're all good.
All set?
Oh,
okay.
I apologize.
I would hate to miss the Wi-Fi.
Sorry to interrupt you, Alice. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, going back, I'm going to tell you about Joseph. Dick Joseph was an Armenian immigrant. He owned much of the Gateway land. He was also a business owner and ran several businesses in the town of Truckee. Tragedy struck when complications arose during his wife Margaret's pregnancy, and he had to rush her to Reno for care. She died soon after delivering twin girls. And Mr. Joseph knew, or believed at least, that if we had had a full-service hospital in Truckee, that Margaret's life would have been saved. Through the efforts of the Truckee Rotary and the land donated by Dick Joseph and the passage of the ballot measure to build a hospital that was sponsored by the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, Tahoe Forest Hospital District was formed in 1949. And in 1952, construction of the hospital was completed and the first patient admitted. The Tahoe Forest Hospital System is deeply grateful to the Rotary Club of Truckee, to the Dick Joseph, and to the Board of Supervisors for making an idea a reality. Most importantly, we are grateful to the Joseph family and to our community for the continued support throughout the years. We are honored to have served this community in the past 75 years, and we are committed to provide exceptional health care in the years to come. So thank you again for your acknowledgement of our anniversary.
Yes, thank you for coming here and talking to us today. Are there additional speakers, Brian or Louis or?
I'd never met a microphone I didn't like, so I thought I'd take the opportunity. My name is Dr. Brian Evans. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Tahoe Forest Health. I think Alice said it all very, very well. We're all very proud to be part of this outstanding healthcare system, and we thank you very much for the acknowledgement.
Thank you. Mr. Owens.
Chair Bullock, members of the Board of Supervisors, it's my pleasure to be here today. I wanted to point out one thing, though, what Alice acknowledged with the assistance of the county. In true Nevada County style, the vote of the Board of Supervisors to put the ballot or the question on the ballot was 3-2. But we're very, very grateful for that 3-2 vote. It's good to see you all up here today. Take care.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting, the Tahoe Forest Hospital, when I first got on the board, it was the middle of the pandemic, COVID pandemic crisis. And I didn't have a huge background or any special acumen in healthcare, but all of a sudden it was just like the Board of Supervisors in Tahoe Forest Hospital and Dignity Health and many other rural healthcare providers just all of a sudden became part and parcel with the county doing business every day. And our chief medical officer, I think Dr. Kellerman at the time, and then our director of health and human services, it really created this bond between the county and the healthcare service provision, the staff members, the team members, the funding streams, the way we serve our community. I was really proud of how that shook out. And I think it made a bond that has continued to this day. And I know that a lot of times what Tahoe Forest Health Systems is doing today, expanding your mission to handle things like substance use disorder, really looking holistically at the community from a health perspective and not just hospitalization from trauma or medical. And yeah, Tahoe Forest is really known for, hey, you have this orthopedic ski industry and we're the best, injury and we're going to treat it. But there's so many other facets to Tahoe Forest Health Systems now. And I've just lived here a long time, so I've seen the progression of all the different specialty cares and all the offices. And on a personal note, I was a customer of yours last week, actually, for 6 days. I spent in your med surg unit, but I got taken care of great and had this, unusual exercise injury. But I just want to say how, I was just treated great treatment, great care, great staff, great people. So it's great to be able to stay here in our community and get that level of care. So thank you to Tahoe Forest Health Systems, not only for the bond we have related to the COVID and all those pieces, but our substance use disorder, mental behavioral health, and your contribution, which we noted earlier for the warming shelter, the winter warming shelter that Tahoe Forest contributed to and had successful outcomes there. So thank you to Tahoe Forest, and thanks for coming here to be recognized for your 75th anniversary. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Lisa, anything from you?
No, it's great to live in a county that has the medical facility like what you have up here. Many people that I talk to, especially my Bay Area friends, they don't understand that Truckee is actually a part of Nevada County. They think you're part of Tahoe. So when I say that your hospital is in our county, many of them have had surgeries there, ski injuries. So it's really impressive, and really happy to be a part of the system with you. But on another note, I think that the community collaboration that you provide, just in looking at your support for the housing on the housing JPA, for your support in some of the other community things that happen, especially the financial support, is much appreciated. Coming from the Western County where we have Dignity Health, who is a huge system, trying to get that kind of collaboration with them is a lot more difficult. So I always point to your facility as a model for community involvement. So thanks for all that you do. And if I ever have a ski injury, which will never happen, but if I did, I would definitely be coming up here for surgery.
Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience. This is pretty much new to me. Didn't know that much about the hospital. I don't really want a personal experience either, but you might want to make sure somebody has experience before every once in a while. So we recognize you. But thank you so much for everything you do. And it's great to know that you are a model and there's much that we could learn from you. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Hook.
No, how fun to be here and celebrate this with you all. Small rural hospitals are so integral. And when you look at the area you encompass as well, and then to go from just like a acute emergency, to be a cancer center, you're renowned really through this whole area as being a place to get suburb healthcare. And so really lucky, and how fun. It's not often. Sometimes you're always having these things you have to deal with, but to celebrate something so wonderful is really a treat today. So I'm glad we could be here in Truckee and do that with you all. So congratulations, and keep up the great work, because seriously, a lot of hospitals are struggling all up and down the state. And so what you guys have created here is so important. So keep up the great work, and thank you very, very much.
Yeah, Supervisor Schofield.
Well, as a good Rotarian, I was very, very pleased to hear of the Truckee involvement with Rotary. And also, I think the fact that so many rural communities don't have hospitals anymore. It's just counties that don't have hospitals anymore. And I think it is a testament to really the communities on both sides of the hill that the reasons that we have Dignity Health over there is because of the community that worked together to put that hospital together. That's exactly what you've done up here. And congratulations on 75 years.
Yeah, we're going to read a quick resolution. See if my voice holds out here. We'll read a resolution, then we'll do a quick picture in front, and then we'll be done. So this is the resolution recognizing the 75th anniversary of the Tahoe Forest Hospital District, delivering excellence and service to the communities of the Truckee North Tahoe region. Whereas beginning in 1945, guided by the need for a hospital in Truckee, North Tahoe region citizens banded together for the creation of a hospital district to meet the healthcare needs of the community. And whereas in 1948, the Tahoe Forest Hospital District was approved by a vote of the citizens of Eastern Nevada and Placer counties. And whereas the Tahoe Forest Hospital District was officially formed in April 1949, and the first meeting of the elected board of directors was held in May 1949. And whereas the Truckee resident Richard Joseph donated the land necessary for the construction of the hospital in memoriam to his son Levon Joseph, who was killed in the closing months of World War II. And whereas the original Tahoe Forest Hospital, consisting of 15 beds and 2 physicians, officially opened on Monday, April 14th, 1952. And whereas over the following years, Tahoe Forest continued to grow to meet the expanding needs of the community it serves. And whereas 1965, a north wing was completed, Tahoe Forest Hospital became a 42-bed acute care hospital. And whereas in 1976, another wing was added to accommodate a larger improved emergency department, radiology, laboratory, physical therapy, and respiratory therapy. And whereas in 1987, Tahoe Forest Hospital opened a long-term care center, a retail pharmacy, and established a foundation, followed by occupational health. And whereas in 1990, there's only 2 more of these, by the way. Whereas in 1990, a new surgical services wing was added, and in 1991, a new children's center was added. Whereas in 2002, a new Western addition construction was commenced. Whereas in 2006, Tahoe Forest Multi-Specialty Physicians Clinic was created. And whereas in 2007, district voters approved Measure C, a general obligation bond, by 72% to renovate for seismic improvements, the expansion of the emergency department, extended health care, cancer center, a new women's and a newborn health department. And whereas the Gene Upshaw Memorial Tahoe Forest Cancer Center officially opened in 2012, followed by Tahoe Forest Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Department. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada, State of California, recognizes the 75th anniversary of the Tahoe Forest Hospital District, delivering excellence and service to the communities of Truckee North Tahoe region, and extends congratulations to the Tahoe Forest Hospital District for its life-saving work in the Truckee North Tahoe region. With that, I'm going to open up public comment on the item. Any members in the chamber like to create public comment? No. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolution 24-296.
So moved.
Second.
And a motion a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Congratulations. Yeah, we're going to do a quick picture up front.
Yeah, right here. Thank you. Good to meet you. Yeah. Yeah, Erin Charles.
She is.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to her.
Yeah, do you want me to? I can also do the introduction. But yeah.
Yeah, let me have you start.
Yeah, you go just say and keep it over here.
Okay. Okay.
I was ready to do it.
Okay. I didn't know at all.
Okay, we're going to move on here to our individual supervisor items. Item number 53, this is Supervisor Hall and a proclamation of the Celebration of Trails Month. With that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hall.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm excited to bring this forward to the board once again. It's a very exciting time. It got a little hot for a celebration of Trails Month, but I know we're going to be okay. I see Aaron Tarr here and Robin Milam. Thank you so much for coming up. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeffrey Thorsby to introduce the item for us.
All right, thank you so much, Supervisor Hall, members of the board. Really excited to bring this forward to you today, right actually after your last meeting where you approved your Recreation Resilience Master Plan. I also want to give a shout out to your Senior Management Analyst, Erica Seward, for a lot of the work in recreational space. And so we're really pleased to have her. So today, every year, the Bear Ube Land Trust works and to help host something in the community we call Celebration of Trails. This is their 10th anniversary. This actually coincides with the National Trails Day, which is on the first weekend of June. And so they've done a lot of work and they actually have a presentation queued up for you. So I'm going to go and turn it over to Executive Director Aaron Tarr. Aaron?
Hi, Chair Bullock and Supervisors. Thank you for having us today. We're really excited to be here. I'm going to do a little overview of the Land Trust and kind of an update on where we're at, and then I'll talk more about Celebration of Trails. So I have a lot of slides, so I'm going to get started. This is our board and staff. Oops. Okay. So we're a 501c nonprofit. We've been in the community for 34 years now. This is our volunteer board, 13 members, and our staff of 10 members. So each person really holds a whole program at the Land Trust. We're doing a lot of work, which you'll see. Here is our service area map. We encompass 1,000 square miles in the Bear and Yuba River watershed. So from the Donner Summit west, and then we also have part of eastern Nevada or eastern Yuba County that we cover. So we protected 26,000 acres of land. We built over 50 miles of trail, and we're doing a lot to connect the community with nature. So our lands, like I said, 26,000 acres protected, 22,000 acres is under conservation easement, and then we own 4,000 acres that's spread across 10 different fee title preserves. Many of those are our public access nature preserves around town. And then 10,000 acres in progress for conservation. So we're really focused on wildlife habitat and refuge, migration corridors, scenic corridors, and landscape and resiliency, as well as protecting agriculture. So a big part of what we do is protecting the agricultural land in our community through conservation easements on large ranches, as well as like Mountain Bounty Farm as an example of a land that we actually purchased and owned and have a long-term evergreen lease back with that farm. And then the lands we own, we're also really focused on management, particularly fire management in these preserves that we own near neighborhoods. So we've been doing a lot of work with CAL FIRE and CCC and National Guard crews to manage our lands, as well as grant funding that we can bring in to the community. Again, this is just another example, our big Rice's Crossing Preserve on the Yuba River. We've got 6 miles of the river that's protected, as well as land in Yuba County and Nevada County with public access. Again, working on that forest health and fuel management work to bring people in a safe way. We're involved in some big partnership projects that are funded through the Department of Conservation. So one of those is our Central Sierra Agricultural and Cultural Protection Project. This is our Blue Oak Woodland and Rangeland region on the map. So we're partnering with the Nisenan and focusing on lands to protect for agricultural purposes as well as cultural. We're also partnering with the Trust for Public Land and this Sutter Buttes Regional Land Trust on a big planning project around Beale Air Force Base. So Western Nevada County. And then what we're really here to talk about is trails and the recreation work that we do. So we were just thrilled about the adoption of that Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, all the work that went into it, Erica and the staff and the consultants. It was a really great process to be a part of. So we've been doing recreation for over 30 years. It's really a founding tenet of what we do, bringing people into nature. 50 miles of trails that we built and maintain. We have a lot of public trails on our preserves. We also hold trail easements across public or private property to connect these trail systems. And then we have contracts with a lot of agencies like the Forest Service, BLM, and the cities as well. And the county is supporting this work as well. This is just one of our examples of our in-town connections. So this is a trail easement. We actually had to get 4 trail easements in the span of this 0.4 mile trail just to connect these 2 communities. So in Grass Valley, now these neighborhoods can easily access downtown, access parks. So we're working to connect even more. So why trails, connecting with nature, the mental and physical health benefits that trails and being outdoors bring, providing these safe routes to schools and businesses, and growing future nature lovers. This is some trail easements that we just acquired in May of 2024. This is part of Governor's Hill Trail, which is up on the ridge, Montezuma Ridge. It's part of the Montezuma Ridge Fire Break, also part of the future South Yuba Rim Trail. So this landowner wanted to donate these easements to us to make sure that public access was forever protected on these sections of trails. And we're hoping to be able to expand that to more of the trail. Sugarloaf Mountain. This is another one in Nevada City that we've been working on for a long time. The Land Trust holds trail easements on the bottom of the mountain. The city owns the top of the mountain. There's grant funding in place. We're actively building trail right now and hope that by 2025 that will be open to the public. There'll be a new parking lot, a new crossing at the Broad Street crossing as well, a new crosswalk, and you'll be able to walk from downtown all the way to the top of the mountain safely, which is going to be lovely. And this is right now, we've got a star up there as part of our Star Hike Challenge. Independence Trail, something the county has been very supportive of since the Jones Bar fire in 2020, seeing this continue to get rebuilt. We are working with state parks. We co-own the land there. So you can see here the first flume has been reconstructed, which is huge progress. And the planning is in place. By January next year, they should have all of the engineering done for the rest of the structures and then be looking to start rebuilding the full trail. Again, what we do, you know, we do all aspects of the trail work. So we go from the planning, working with landowners, negotiating these trail easements, to laying out the trails and constructing the trails. These are some of the big planning projects that we have in action right now. Lytton Trail Extension, so extending that trail down to Matino Park, all the way out to the Wildflower Ridge Preserve. The Pines to Mines Trail, this Harmony Ridge to Sugarloaf is kind of the last piece as you're descending Pines to Mines into Nevada City that we need to secure trail easements, and then working to extend the Wolf Creek Trail system as well in Grass Valley to other parts of the community. Signage is a big part of everything that we do, trying to create these standards and update all of the signage. It's a full-time job. And then really working with the developmental disability community to figure out how to expand all people's trails, more ADA trails, and more access into nature for everyone. This is our big preserve that we just bought last year, Wildflower Ridge, right outside of the city of Grass Valley, in a very strategic location with lots of schools that can access this preserve, a lot of educational opportunities out here for outdoor education, as well as more ADA trail systems. We're looking at creating like this nature hub for the community out in this area. So this is also in the Rec and Resilience Master Plan as one of the priority projects. This just kind of shows those connections. The pink is that Wildflower Ridge Preserve, the yellow are all the schools. So a very strategic and visible location for this kind of work. And then our Connecting with Nature program, that's getting people out into nature. So I just have some photos to share here. We did a poetry and wildflower walk out there for youth and for adults, which was really lovely. And then just working with groups in any way that we can to get them out on the land. We've had the elders from the Nisenan tribe out telling stories, and then we've done Scotch broom work and all sorts of things. And really the backbone of what we do, why we can do all this, is our volunteers. This was last year's data, but over 9,400 hours of volunteer labor and over 140 volunteers. So just really working to connect the community through all of these things. So what we're here to talk about is celebration of trails. So last year we changed this to be a month-long event instead of just a one-day event. So we've really incorporated a lot of other activities and elements into this, trying to get people outdoors and excited. So our Summer Star Hike Challenge has been very successful this year. We've got about a 30% increase in participants over last year, which was our first year, partnering with the Neighborhood Center for the Arts to create these beautiful stars that go up on trails. When people register, they get a star map and then get to go out and hike to find these stars and get registered into raffles for every star that they find. We're also doing our art and nature installations. These are a couple examples from this year. We did this last year as well, but we've got the nest out at Wildflower Ridge Preserve that Peggy Wright has done. And then 2 artists have created a bunch of different nature frames along the Cascade Canal Trail. So it's a really cool exhibit to go see. Those will be up all of the month of June. This year, we also started our Poetry on Preserves program. So we've commissioned 2 poets that are doing, they're creating poems about nature and then reading those at events. We actually have one event this Saturday out at Rice's Crossing South with our poet. Just last weekend, we did a screening of A Wild Independence. So this was a film we created just after the fire about the Independence Trail. We partnered with the Nevada County Association for Developmentally Disabled and Freed, and we viewed the film with Alden Olmsted, the filmmaker, as well as the supervisor from State Parks was there, and then we did a hike, an all-accessible hike at Wolf Creek afterwards. And then the way that we kind of close out this whole month is a street party. So we have a free street party in Nevada City on Commercial Street. This year we're going to have Suka T is our musical artist, and we have a bunch of recreation and partner vendors that are going to be there talking to people. This is where we do our raffle drawings and just appreciate the community for their support of trails. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, take it away. Right now? Okay. Well, yeah, we can do it that way.
I'll start.
We can do it that way. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just want to thank you. I just think, Aaron, I can't say enough about BYLT and your leadership and the leadership you've had for the last many years. You were just way ahead of us, obviously, in terms of trails. Before we put this all together in a master plan, we wouldn't have half of what we have in there, right? If there weren't for some of the trails that you've already started. And I can't say enough. The longer I'm here, the more I learn about how much you're doing. And so I want to thank you for the work you do for the land trust. I want to thank the public for folks who are willing to donate land and provide easements, and then also for all of the volunteers who come out to do the work that they do. Excuse me. So, and I'm really excited about the June celebrations. I've missed a couple of them already, but I'm going to try to get to some of the rest. And when the weather eases up a little, get out and hike and see some of those stars. So I just want to thank you so much. It is so great also that we're able to work together with you on our master rec plan, and moving forward, I just see great things for all of us on that. So thank you so much for all of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Hook.
Ditto to Heidi. No, seriously, thank you. And not just that, there's so many things you're involved in all in town with the trails and people. You're on our cohort. I mean, it's exciting to see where we're going with our trail marker program and all the integral things that you do with this. So I'm very excited to celebrate this today and what you do in our community, Aaron, your whole team. I see Robin out there. We're just always just thrilled to have you, and what you do for agriculture. That's huge in our community. Agriculture is one of those things that people struggle to be able to stay in business, and you help people to maneuver that, as well as keep that open space usable and producing for our community and feeding people. So really excited for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ditto to Heidi and Sue. If we think land preservation and trails, it's Bear Yuba Land Trust. And I know you got so many great volunteers, and you got one of the greatest ones right there,
Yes.
Robin. Always good to have you here. National Trails Day, is that what month? Is that what it is? Yeah, right. Well, we've got them. And thank you, Aaron. Thank you for your part in them.
Thank you.
Supervisor Swarthout.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for all the hard work. In particular, the wildflower preserve that was purchased by your organization is huge for the community. That piece of property has been looked at for numerous developments over the years, and there wasn't a lot that really made sense out there until I saw that you guys bought this property and you're putting a nature preserve in. I love the educational part of it. I think it's going to be a huge benefit. I have been working a little bit on the project with the Grass Valley and County, connecting the Lytton Trail up to Montino Park. And I will tell you, just having only gone to one meeting, that project will never come off without the help of the land trust. If you just left it up to city and county and trying to get the neighborhood and the people to understand easements, I don't think we could pull it off by ourselves. So your involvement in that is really instrumental. And I think that's a great project. So thanks for all that you do. And we'll try to get to some of your events this year. I'm not a big trail person unless it's paved. That's why I like the Wolf Creek Trail. But yeah, we'll definitely be out for some of your events.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I will be out and about on a trail, and I'll see a little Bear Yuba Land Trust sign somewhere, and I was like, hey, I didn't know, so I'm learning, and I saw I think there was a trail guide posted somewhere, but anyway, I followed it and went to these obscure trails that I didn't know about, rode my single speed around, and it was awesome. So yeah, thank you for the work you've done. You and I have talked a lot about philosophically what it means, preservation of land trusts, and Truckee Darner Land Trust, and Paco's here from our TD Land Trust here. And you guys just do immeasurable work in support of what I think we all care about, which is getting out, enjoying the property, enjoying the land, protecting it. And then your defensible space, or the fuels pictures you put up were interesting to me too, because with that, somebody can donate their land, but with that comes a huge liability financially, right? To take care of it and treat it and reduce those fuel loads. So we're happy to be a partner with you, and I'm happy you're doing that valuable work so people can get out. It's a huge part of our culture. And I just walked the Wildflower Ridge Trail the other day. I did the whole loop, and had some people that were a little bit older with us, and they did the whole thing. It was totally perfect for their their program, and they got down on the ditch and then went back up. And it's so awesome to have that right close to town. It's really pretty incredible.
We're going to improve those trails.
Yeah, there's a little
nasty
washout
section.
area on one
Yes.
section. Yeah.
Yes.
But very cool. Yeah, very cool. And the Pines to Mines, right? Connecting the final steps from Pines to Mines all the way from here down there. It's going to be incredible to see that. And if anybody's passed by the trails, on the weekend, trailheads are packed. I don't know if people notice that, but on the weekends, the trailheads are just packed. A testament to what people care about. Yes. Thank you again.
Yes. Thank you.
Supervisor Hall is going to read our resolution for you.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to mention also, thank you, the way you're partnering with the way you've evolved, right, to meet whatever challenges are coming up. So you're doing all this land management and veg management, which is so critical to what we're doing and helps you have more supporters, I think, as well. And then I have to call out your collaboration with the arts community too. That's really beautiful. Again, merging communities and making us work together like that. And then I've been so really familiar with the Pines to Mines Trail and the way it's Nevada City is benefiting, but you really highlighted Grass Valley has got a lot of trails around there too, and Truckee, obviously. So it's benefiting everybody. You just, it's really a feel good thing you get to do, although I know it's a lot of hard work and has its challenges too. So let me read the proclamation, and then I think we'll open it to public comment after that, right? So resolution proclaiming June 2024 as Celebration of Trails Month in Nevada County. Whereas trails have been a part of the Sierra Nevada landscape for millennia, having served as routes for communication and commerce by Native Americans, and later providing the means by which immigrants desiring a new life traversed the mountains to explore and settle the territory that would become California. And whereas trails in Nevada County not only reveal the history of our region, they serve as a means for enjoying the Sierra environment and intimately experiencing the outdoors, and represent an important recreational resource, creating opportunities to hike, roll, run, bike, ski, and ride a horse. And whereas each year the Bear Yuba Land Trust, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, state and federal agencies, local nonprofit groups, and businesses join communities across the nation in recognizing National Trails Day on the first Saturday in June, thus reaffirming a commitment to the value of recreational trails, which is highlighted locally with a celebration of trails through a month-long celebration of events and activities. And whereas hundreds of thousands of trail enthusiasts are expected to participate in a wide variety of activities on public trails at more than 1,000 nationally sanctioned events across the nation. And whereas the board has established recreation as a 2024 priority objective to promote sustainable recreation in partnership with community providers and other jurisdictions to enhance recreational access, support public health and safety, realize economic opportunities, and preserve natural resource assets. And whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes the value of collaborative partnerships with public and private agencies to support the ongoing construction and maintenance of trail networks throughout the community, including the Pines to Mines Trail that will someday link the east and west portions of Nevada County. And whereas trails and associated greenways provide access to wildlife habitat and migration corridors with rich native plant diversity, and also help reveal our region's historical and cultural legacies, thus providing opportunities for outdoor recreation. And whereas trails connect communities, enhance quality of life, boost tourism, increase active transportation, reduce carbon emissions, improve community health, and stimulate economic development in Nevada County. I think we covered everything there. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 2024 as Nevada County Celebration of Trails Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, we will open up public comment. Anybody seeking to make comments can jump up to the dais. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. On the board of Bear Yuba Land Trust, and I want to thank you specifically for our partnership on so many levels, especially the recognition of the Celebration of Trails Month, but also with the trails development, land as landowners, and it's the secret of our success has been in the partnerships that we've created with the counties, the cities, the CAL FIRE, and many other organizations, and really want to acknowledge the leadership of Aaron Tarr and our phenomenal staff. We have a team that works hard and is very, you want to, a manifestation of passion, just meet the Bear Yuba Land Trust staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and your service to the board. Any other comments here in the chambers? Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. With that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Any final comments?
I was going to make a motion for approval.
Yep.
Well, I'll second it, but I do want to make a little plug still for, there's so many things you can do to get involved there, right? So, and there's a lot of fun stuff. You still don't have you have time to participate this month. So I believe, is there Tales to Trails? There's going to be that's coming up. I think there's poetry on the preserves and the street party. So there's a lot of activities you could still be involved in that. And just go find, I don't know, is it BLT, what, BYLT.org, and really go check it out, because you can be a member, you can help build trails, you can donate. There's just so many fun things you do, and this is another great thing that we had to celebrate today. So I wanted to thank you both again, and everybody that donates their time and efforts into this, because you have a big board and it takes a whole big team to get this all done. So it's fun to celebrate. It's been a kind of a day of celebration. I love that part when we get to do that.
It's been good. Yeah, thank you. Motion and a second, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Congrats. And we're going to do a quick picture, and I'd like to get Paco, as a representative of the Truckee Trails Foundation, to take our picture with this in celebration of the Trails Month. To be in the picture. We're going to continue the trail theme. Moving on to our item number 54. This is also a presentation from Jeff, presentation from the Truckee Trails Foundation on the organization's 2024 plans and progress. And I believe that Paco is a representative, the vice president of the board of Truckee Trails, and many other foundations here in Truckee will be leading the presentation with that.
Perfect.
Jeff.
Thank you so much, Chair Bullock, members of the board. Yeah, exactly. I'm pleased to welcome Vice President of Truckee Trails Foundation, Paco Lindsay, to provide a presentation to you today. A couple of things to note. You'll notice in your staff report, the Truckee Trails Foundation first opens its doors back in 2002. Since that time, they've done a lot of work, and they've built over $24 million worth of trails and bikeways in eastern Nevada County. So I think today you're going to hear a terrific presentation from Paco. And Paco, I'll go invite you up.
This just goes. Thank you, Chair Bullock, supervisors, and county staff. I want to say on a personal note, this is so exciting. I first came to Nevada County, Truckee, 50 years ago this month, and I love this place. I love this place dearly. I made my life up here, and it's so exciting to see the involvement of how the county and the town of Truckee get along so well. I can't tell you how excited I am. Working with the staff of the county, with the board. I mean, it's, for somebody who's been here so long, I have to express my own personal excitement for that. That said, for Truckee Trails, I am the vice president of the board. Allison Pedley, our executive director, was going to be presenting today, but she had like an emergency come up. So I'm stepping in, but I've been involved with Truckee Trails for a long time. So I'm really happy to be giving you guys this presentation. Okay. Kind of add just a quick glance. Truckee Trails, like we said, it was founded now 22 years ago. People of the community came together in Truckee. 50 people put up $1,500 to kind of get Truckee Trails going. Sort of called the Founding 50. We were talking earlier about the trails in the county. I think back when I first came here, there were no trails. Even the PCT was basically old logging roads kind of linked together. Fast forward to now to see what we have. It's so exciting. It's so amazing. And what the future is going to bring, it really excites me. That's why I love trails. I'm just so excited about what's going on. So like I say, but Truckee Trails, it's been a group. We currently have a licensed engineer. We have a staff in the summer. Excuse me. We have a staff in the summer of 9 people. We have an year-round executive director. We also have hundreds of volunteers that come out for trail days to help us build trails. The mission of Truckee Trails is building, maintaining, and advocating for an inclusive system of trails and bikeways for health, sustainability, and prosperity. So we're about everybody. There's also a lot of other great groups up here that represent runners, hikers, just mountain bikers. We're kind of the big tent. We kind of represent everybody, and we build a lot of trails. So that's kind of what Truckee Trails is, just as a real quick look. Some of our key initiatives that we work on is we do a lot of advocacy. And we kind of take the approach of we catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Like we do work a lot with the county on issues. We work with the town of Truckee. We work with Placer County. And we work with the U.S. Forest Service. We work with Caltrans. Whenever issues kind of pop up that are trail focused, maybe transportation in terms of bicycle focused, we jump into that. So again, we're a non-motorized dirt trail building group. We also maintain a lot of trails, and we do a lot of community stewardship trails. So that's just some of our key initiatives that we work on. Advocacy, just real quick, we did help. We obviously stepped out of Truckee Trails, but the board of directors, many of our people that support us, we ran First Measure R back in 2014 that passed, and that brought in a 25-cent sales tax to Truckee for trails. 2 years ago, then we re-upped it, called Measure U, and we doubled it. So now the town of Truckee is getting about $3 million a year to go 100% to trails, building, trail maintenance within the town of Truckee. We work for paved trail alignments. We always are trying to get funding. Allison, again, our executive director, is amazing at getting grants. That's how we pay for a lot of the trails. A lot of the trails we build, even on Forest Service land, we actually get the grants for them. It's not necessarily given to us from the Forest Service, but we go out to other entities to get the grants. Nevada County has been very, very, very beneficial to us, giving us grants. Again, we really push access for all abilities and all user types. And we do our own trail planning. So that's kind of what we do for advocacy. Trail building, just real quick, I won't get into the weeds, but last 7 years we built 14 major trails. Some of them might be familiar to some of you. The Big Chief Trail up in Sawtooth, the Sawyer Trail, and the Alder Creek Trail. We did a redo of that about 7 years ago. So those are all just trails that we've done, and we're continuing to do trails. That's kind of a big part of what we do, is actually building trails. And again, we do have a licensed contractor. So we do try to build very professional, very high-end trails. That's just a map I have up there showing you some of the trails. A lot of the trails we do build have been in the Sawtooth region, which is actually in Placer County. And Alice and I were just even kind of talking about, it would be so wonderful if with the Forest Service in Nevada County, we can kind of create the same type of zone in Nevada County. Maybe some of Pines to Mines area could become something like that. So I'm always thinking ahead. I don't live in the past. I'm always looking forward. So that's some of the stuff that I envision. That's what Truckee Trails envisions. One of the key things I want to talk about today was Pines to Mines. Without Nevada County, without the staff, without the Board of Supervisors, this would never happen. This is phenomenal. Just as an overview, there's a 22-mile section in the middle that's going to connect Truckee to Nevada City. There's already, the whole thing's 80 miles, because it kind of meanders around. So obviously there's about 58 miles already constructed, but there's a key section in the middle, which has now finally been approved to get built, which is 22 miles. I can't, again, thank the county enough. We also had a great relationship with the BONC, Bicyclist Nevada City, Bear Yuba Land Trust, Nevada County, and the Forest Service. It was a great partnership. This all came together. Time flies, probably 8 years ago at least. At the time, Supervisor Anderson really spearheaded this concept. County jumped on board. So it's fantastic. I'm so excited about Pines to Mines. There's just a quick map, kind of the middle section is kind of what we're going to be building. That's the 22 miles that we're missing. Otherwise, basically, it's coming off, if you're familiar with it, the Hole in the Ground Trail, which is kind of up on the summit. And then it's of course, coming off the Pioneer Trail down there by Spalding Lake. So the middle section is a key section that is coming up. So it's going to connect east to west. That's kind of the symbolism of it. Starting down in Truckee, and again, starting down, by Spalding Lake. That's the middle section. It's magic out there. That place is magic. Not many people have been there because you can't really get there. Seriously, you can't hike there. It's magic. The place is heaven. It's right there in Nevada County. Those pictures say everything. How nice it is. Some more pictures. It's just phenomenal when it's done. And again, there are some existing trails on either end. So I'm just trying to paint the picture of when that middle section's united. This is going to be a fantastic connection of East County, West County. Again, I'm always jumping ahead in my brain, so is Truckee Trails. Once this is done, which of course will be a few years from now because it is $1 million project, I can see trails coming off of this thing. It's like it never ends. I can see connecting to some of the lands that Bear Yuba has, to the lands that the Truckee Downer Land Trust has, even going up towards Frog Lake, Independence Lake. I mean, it's amazing how this is going to open us up to more and more trails. Other thing we do at Truckee Trails is we do a lot of trail maintenance. We build trails. They have to be maintained. Existing trails have to be maintained. So we do over 180 miles of existing non-motorized trail maintenance. We also have volunteer adopted trails. So we're really involved with the community to keep trails going. It's like anything. Once you build it, you have to maintain it. And we're totally on top of that concept. Stewardship. Another big part of Truckee Trails is our stewardship. We do have trail ambassadors. This kind of started during COVID. And again, Nevada County has been very generous in helping to fund some of this. We actually have ambassadors out there wearing Truckee Trails shirts, says ambassador, just trying to help people, remind people about trail conditions. We've actually reported a few small fires, kind of more out by the Boca area. It's just a matter of, first aid. It's just kind of a nice thing to have as trails are getting more and more users. Another big thing we do with stewardship is bike valets. Here this year, we're going to have, I think, 25 in Truckee. So it's trying to encourage people to ride bikes to events like the air show, music in the park, Truckee Thursdays, Truckee Day that just happened on June 1st. We were there. In 2023 alone, we actually helped park over 2,000 bikes. So it's getting people going to events, knowing they can ride a bike, e-bike, ride a bike, not drive a car, and they know it can be safely watched, and then they can go back home. Trail amenities, again, we heard that from Bear Yuba. It's true, we need signage. So we're working all the time on directional signage. Also amenities is like vault toilets. And once again, I have to thank the county for that. Recently, we've have gotten grants for 3 vault toilets through the county. And we're hoping that in the future, more and more will be coming. So it's just, that's a whole what we do with stewardship. So that's pretty much in a nutshell. I want to just give you guys a quick overview of what Truckee Trails is, what we do. And again, I can't thank the county and the relationship that Truckee Trails has with the county enough, and looking forward to doing so much more with the county. So I'll leave it at that. If you have any questions at all.
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation. Thanks for your contribution to that group. I know you've been there from the beginning and spent a lot of time and effort making sure it's successful. We'll start. Supervisor Swarthout, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work. And I think Truckee is a real model for what outdoor recreation in the community, when they come together, the great things that it creates. So for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, wonderful. It's very exciting. And honestly, both between Bear Yuba Land Trust and you, we always have the best pictures in our presentations. It makes me want to get out there. And I know this is sort of a question or comment for us at the county as well as to you, but as this Pines to Mines becomes more of a reality, I'm thinking, you can't hike it in one day. What are we doing to look at like facilities in the middle somewhere, camp, for people to camp or toilets? We're going to have to, Allison, but we're going to have to start thinking about that. I mean, I would love to hike the thing. I would love to hike it and camp along the way. It would be fantastic to see that gorgeous middle section. That's, so, looking ahead like you.
Yep.
We'll have to keep that in mind. But,
Well, thank you, Heidi.
Great work. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Supervisor Schofield.
I don't think the Pacific Crest Trail has too many amenities. No rest stops.
Zero.
I love your enthusiasm, Paco, especially your vision into the future, too.
Thank you.
Keep it up another 50 years.
Supervisor Hook.
Yeah, thanks, Paco, for being here. I mean, it's always so inspiring to see the work that you do. And then I just want to put in the key component of the maintenance you all do. So we have all these miles and you keep them maintained on top of it, you and your volunteers. That's huge. I can't even imagine how many trees you got to cut off the trails during the year, right? So thank you and your team for that too, because you keep it open and free for people to come and really hike and see this beautiful country. It's pretty amazing where we live, and keeping us all safe. I just told Hardy I just started riding my own electric bike here. It's an adventure. I haven't got brave enough to be on the dirt yet, but we will. I look at these trees and I think I could do it, or these trails,
Yeah.
They're clean and they're ready to roll. So, but I just think this is incredible. And again, another great way to celebrate the work that's being done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Paco. Very familiar with the entire team over there and your work. And I mean, one of the big, I'll call it a power user of Truckee Trails facilities. And I just am so honored. And I was one of the founding 50 or whatever.
That's right.
Yeah. And so I was really proud to, and so I remember way back then, I think her name was Jean. We had this concept about Truckee Trails and I was like, I don't get it, but I believe in what you're talking about, and I couldn't really see it because there weren't trails back then. But then you actually personally kind of brought about the Legacy Trail, right? And so your work there to connect those dots. And if people don't know, the Legacy Trail connects Glenshire, which is just a primary home area, people that live here year round, and it goes all the way to town. It's 7 miles to Truckee. And then it's being extended with the recent acquisition of some property along the riverfront, which will riverfront interface with a new bridge. And then eventually it'll be connected up 89 south to Squaw Valley to the existing trail system all the way to Tahoe. And again, I will point out that Truckee Trails was instrumental in protecting the Pyramid Bikeway. So the Pyramid Bikeway was kind of in jeopardy of being closed by some private land ownership that we worked through with. Tricia particularly spent a lot of time at Hurstdale trying to make sure, but Truckee Trails, TD Land Trust, and that whole partnership was the reason why Pyramid Bikeway, and our staff is the reason why Pyramid Bikeway is still actually being able to be used right now. You can still use that trail because of that work. Just incredible. And I'll mention the pictures you have, the section, I've ridden my bike, every year I ride my bike from Truckee to Nevada City on dirt, And I've done all these variations, but there's one place you can't get to, and it's where your pictures are. It's where the Pines to Mines Trail is, and you can get to all these variations that range from Jackson Meadows Reservoir all the way down to Meadow Lake. But once you try to go south of there, you can't do it without the Pines to Mines. And it's really an awesome alignment. I'm totally familiar with where you are in there, and that alignment is just absolutely stellar. It's going to be an awesome trail. And then finally, and I'll stop talking, but the connected communities concept of making communities connected through trails, it's a piece that we all value here, but it's really like if you travel internationally and you're in circles where recreation's a part of it, people are just totally into that whole concept of like, I'm going to trek and travel by bike between communities. There's economic value. If you ever go to Donner Summit on like a Friday afternoon, people that get off the PCT, there's just hordes of them on the deck at Donner Ski Ranch eating pie because they come out of the trail for 25 days and they want to eat pie on the deck. And it's like this awesome economic piece of our community that's super cool. So keep up the good work. I'll sign up for another 50 with you on trails. And thanks to Allison and you and your board for being part of it.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'll open up public comment. Anybody here like to say a few words on Truckee Trails? Any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board, and I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Good job. Thank you. And I like to mention, because my colleague Ed and I are both fellow Rotarians, and Paco was our last year's recipient of the Ed Harris, Paul Harris Award. Thank you, Paul Harris Award, which is the highest honor you can receive from Rotary for community service. So thank you, Paco, for everything you do. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, picture? You want to do a picture? Okay, let's.
We got it. You know, we're up here. Let's do it.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 55. This is a presentation on the work of Civic Well by CEO Bernadette Austin, and we welcome her over here. Thanks. I lost you. You were over here, so thank you. Yeah, welcome, Bernadette. We're looking forward to hearing from you and learning a little bit more about Civic Well.
All right, testing. All right, great. I'll just say that I know I'm coming here as Civic Well, but I just wanted to mention that I am on the board of Girl Scouts for 18 counties. That includes Nevada County, and I'm taking mental notes of all these cool places to take our various Girl Scouts throughout the count, our 18 county regions. These are some very fun presentations to sit through. So hello, welcome. Thank you for welcoming me. You may recall that I participated in one of your workshops earlier this year, which was really a wonderful experience. And today I'm keeping my presentation relatively short because I'm hoping that I can dialogue a little bit with you all. Would love to hear not just your questions, but your ideas, a little bit more about your priorities. And I also wanted to provide a little framing that, what the work that we do at Civic Well, which I'll talk about in a minute, really is around environmental sustainability and some of those related topics. But really think about the co-benefits. There's so many things that we talked about just this afternoon, but when we think about things like health, open space, we think about economic development. There's a lot of opportunities to have multiple benefits coming forth as we're working on climate resilience planning. So with that, I will click through my presentation. So thank you for bearing with me. Again, just a couple of slides so you have something to look at and to stimulate some conversation. Wanted to remind you, and for folks who might be joining virtually in addition to in person, a little bit more about our organization. I want to talk about challenges and opportunities in this space, many of which you probably live with on a daily or certainly annual basis. I wanted to talk about finding alignment between the kind of work that we do and the priorities that you articulated earlier this year as a Board of Supervisors, and then talk about opportunities for taking action. So a little bit about us. We are a nonprofit. We support sustainable solutions for leaders like you. So frequently civic leaders, but also community leaders, to help support local innovation and bring that to a reality for positive community change. So we really tried to bring forth wonderful ideas and some of the passion that we've talked about today into action. Organization has been around for over 40 years. And in that time, we've worked in a number of areas. We work on policy development. So if you recall Roger Dickinson, he's a former county supervisor, not unlike yourselves, a former assembly member, and he is our policy director. We also do participatory planning and design. So we provide, technical assistance and capacity building, direct assistance as well. I'll talk a little bit about our programs in those areas. And then we bring people together. So we do that a number of ways, webinars, conferences. I'll talk about our upcoming conference as well, but that's sort of how we do things. So let me talk a little bit about, wow, we have a lot going on in our political and funding landscape. And I just wanted to highlight a couple, and I've taken a couple of notes to make sure that I'm trying to capture everything that I was thinking about. So you may be aware that the state budget is supposed to pass by this Saturday. It's a pretty big topic for those of us who live in the Sacramento area. So we have the state budget. We know it's operating at a deficit. We also have a very polarized national election, and it's not just looking at the presidential office, but certainly there's many seats that people are waiting with bated breath to see how things are going to land on the national political scale. And then certainly when we look globally, there's a lot of geopolitical instability. So there's a lot that we're all dealing with. There's also opportunities. So it's not all tough. There's also opportunities. So there remains robust and growing support at the state level to support the kind of work that we support communities like yours. So not just the county, but also the cities and the incorporated communities that make up the county, to help address the challenges that we're facing, which we'll talk about in just a minute. We also support the work of many existing coalitions, very much in the climate coalition space as well as the energy space. So those are things that you might want to think about as we continue this dialogue. Funding landscape, similarly, challenges and opportunities. So there are a number of challenges. For example, nonprofits working to find consistent and reliable funding. It is something that our organization has struggled with. And when I talk with our partners, it's very similar. And it's not just limited to the climate space. Many of you are very involved, whether you're sitting on boards or maybe you serve in another advisory or volunteer role. The nonprofits that you work with are facing a really difficult landscape. And sometimes there can be a lot of funding, and that may actually be almost as challenging as not having enough funding as well. So that is, I think, a real challenge. For our part, we've re-looked at our organization and our administrative structures to really ensure that we can continue to be stable for another 40 years, hopefully. And there are, of course, opportunities. So we see this sort of lots of funding and then not enough funding coming from state and federal sources. I'm sure that your communities are experiencing that. So there's some sort of this feast and famine. We also think about the philanthropic and industry sector. So there might be a lot of funding opportunities for some of the businesses that you are currently working with or looking at working with as well. And that poses some good opportunities. Another one is there's a lot of infrastructure investment. And certainly there's what we think about at the federal level, but California, you're not, this is probably not news to your community. When you look at, for the example, the Olympics and the World Cup are coming to California, there are implications, and think about how your community may have changed significantly by hosting Olympics, and what an infrastructure opportunity that presents. And with that as well, I'm sure challenges. And then also how infrastructure integrates with things like housing and transportation. So I do want to highlight that one of the things we're working on is we're working with several partners, including Sierra Camp, who is hosted by the Sierra Business Council, who are regional climate collaboratives working together in a number of areas. Of course, climate change, but also workforce development, creating jobs and economic growth that are in a way that is equitable and sustainable. So happy to talk about some of those opportunities as well. So I wanted to take it back to you all. I've kind of talked about the things that I think about in my world and what is really impacting all of us. And I wanted to highlight, I merged together some of what you have articulated as your priorities. And I'm going to share with you a couple of things that I think about, as well as examples of ways that these priorities that you have already articulated could be incorporated into some of your climate work. So the last time I spoke with you, we were talking about the Climate Action Plan. Happy to be a resource for you in that respect. Also, you might want to talk with your county staff on that as well. And then also with our network. So CivicWell does quite a bit of activities that can help advance what you're working on. And we also might be able to connect you with partners who are working in these areas to advance what your unique goals are. So at the end of the presentation, we'll have questions, but I would love to hear, so as I'm talking through some of these, I would love to hear maybe one of these priorities, an example of something that you're really passionate about working on. And let's have a brief dialogue about ways that we could support your particular goals. So I'll look, of course, fiscal stability and core services. So a couple of ways we could think about that. I'll give you a couple of examples. One is both for your stakeholders and residents, as well as for municipal services, how do we control our utility costs? So thinking about the affordability of utilities might be something really important to you. People on fixed income, that's also something really important. And the cost of utilities is a climate or sustainability topic. The other thing I wanted to highlight, really interesting conversation. So I spoke with the Foundation for California Community Colleges, and they have this great idea where they wanted to connect local governments that were interested in doing some pilot microgrid programs. So when we have utility shutoffs or when we're impacted by natural disasters, can we have our own microgrid where there can still be some energy available to our communities? So again, just sharing an example, something that you might want to think about. I'll go on to emergency preparedness. Certainly, there's a lot to talk about here, and your communities are impacted in a way that has reached national attention in many ways. But I'll highlight certainly one thing that our partners are thinking about, particularly in the policy space, is the issue of insurance. That's a whole discussion in and of itself, but how properties are insured, what the implications are for building the much needed homes, for supporting businesses that might be vulnerable and not have insurance coverage. So there's an opportunity to build some support and coalitions in the policy space that we could potentially be a partner in. So I know that's a really important topic to many of you. The other one I put together were economic development and broadband. I think those are really wonderful, valid goals. And I'll just highlight a couple of examples. One, you're probably very well aware that we host the Civic Spark program. So that's an AmeriCorps program. And that is a wonderful way to do workforce development. In the community that I live, which is not unlike yours, a rural community, we have a pipeline of Civic Spark fellows who have continued on for a second year. That's an option if they want to continue on for a second year, and some of which have been hired into critical positions in the county. And so there's an opportunity to have these typically young, but not always, but emerging professionals who have, education and training coming in and filling these critical roles around things we're talking about, planning, infrastructure, et cetera. I also talked a little bit about I was referencing California Jobs First. We are also partnering. So CivicWell is a partner with Sacramento and Yolo counties. But we're part of this 8-county mega region. Again, Sierra Business Council is one of your partners, is the partner that's working with Nevada County. how can we look at opportunities of state funding to invest in economic development and particularly workforce development, and create the kinds of jobs that we hope to see: high quality jobs, jobs with benefits, jobs that provide opportunities for advancement. Also, there's economic development opportunities to leverage your existing resources. So an interesting conversation I've been a part of is how can rural communities leverage their natural and working lands and perhaps benefit from some sort of credit or other financial benefit for carbon capture. We know that our forests and meadows are serving that already, and being able to monetize that could be really beneficial, particularly for the ones who have ownership or otherwise control of those areas. Climate resilience, pretty self-explanatory, so I'll skip over that one. That's very core to what we do. Housing and homelessness. So I actually was an affordable housing developer for 10 years. And the company I worked for, I was not the project manager, but the company I worked for built the first workforce housing in the Tahoe Basin in Kings Beach. And in working on that project, it became so clear that things like the health and mental health of residents, where can workers live, how are people being transported, what are the bus routes, the bikeability, walkability, all of these things are very, very integrated in addressing housing and homelessness. I also was really impressed seeing how many B-cycle, e-bike facilities were around town in Truckee, so it's really exciting. But I mention this because housing and homelessness, I think, is very connected to this broader conversation of building livable communities and sustainability. And last, but certainly not least, I'll talk about recreation. You all know we spent a lot of time this afternoon talking about recreation, but I think there's an opportunity to really think about preserving your natural assets, which we've talked a lot about, for both health and the visitation economy. And I think a lot of people think about visitors from far away. There are visitors from within our region and within your county that can be partaking in the visitation economy and eating pie and skiing and hiking and all these other wonderful benefits. So I wanted to highlight those because I want you, as I'm wrapping up my presentation, to think about of these. Why did you select these as your priorities? We could be here all afternoon, but I'd love you to think maybe one topic or example that you'd be willing to share, and I would love to dialogue with you about how we can look at how, for example, Climate Action Plan or some of the work that CivicWell does could support what you all are doing. So I invite you to do that at the end of the presentation. So a couple of ideas for taking action. I've been talking quite a bit about climate action planning. And these are just some examples of what has appeared in climate action plans that I've been familiar with. So thinking about emissions, again, talking about if we can encourage bikeability and walkability. Financing. I'm sorry, I skipped over the first bullet. The first bullet, it needs to be a plan. So it can talk about what you're planning to do, what your goals are, and also identifying specifically how you're going to get there. So, for example, if I talk about utility costs, your plan could, you don't have to solve the issues of utilities not being affordable for people on a fixed income, but you can say we want to invest time and resources in exploring what our options are for better serving our residents, especially those who are very vulnerable. Those are the kinds of things that can appear in your climate action plan. Certainly financing, which we'll talk about in a minute. Hazards is a really big consideration. Also thinking about, how people are able to evacuate. Circulation in your community is probably really important. And then there's other key areas. And this is just, I've highlighted some other areas that we work in. For example, our AmeriCorps program, essentially our consulting arm, but we convene several events virtually and in person. Our next one is going to be just in a couple of weeks. We're going to be gathering in Palm Springs for our SEEK forum, so pronounced SEEK, where there's an opportunity to connect with people like you. So, and, businesses, state government, federal government representatives. We have representatives from the U.S. Department of Energy's State and Community Energy Program, SCEP, joining us at that meeting. So a great opportunity to connect with folks around sharing ideas. And then the next couple of slides, I'll go through relatively quickly so I have more time to discuss, but wanted to share a bit about some of our resources from the past, or that I've shared in the past. So you can use this QR code to go to one of the websites, and just to highlight those little dots, because you can't read them, they're a little bit small, but water, housing, parks. There's a variety of ways that the work that we do integrates with things that are probably very important to your community. And then I'll also highlight our SEEK. I talked about the SEEK forum. So there's a gathering. Our website also has links to funding resources. It also provides an opportunity for people to connect on topics of climate and energy with, again, other jurisdictions that might be dealing with similar concerns, innovative business partners and community partners that might be working in a similar space. So I wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity to, I'm keeping my presentation relatively short, also recognizing you've had a very long day and it's a beautiful day, but I wanted to provide an opportunity for you to share any questions or feedback that you have for me, and also to highlight a couple of the things that you were thinking about from a priorities perspective that that might be an opportunity for us to better support. And so with that, thank you for listening to my presentation.
Bernadette, thank you so much. It was awesome. I've been to Civic Well since I've been on the board, and Supervisor Hall's on your Civic Well board. So I just feel really, it's been an awesome journey for me to share it with you and go to those. I don't go to every single one, but I definitely go to the annual meeting, and I'll kick it off and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hall. But I'll just say from my perspective, we came out of the last Civic Well Policy Summit in Yosemite, and I felt really inspired. It's really 30,000 to 60,000 foot view stuff. It's not necessarily, you're not solving problems at the table, but you're thinking about ways to change the way we think, which was really valuable to me as a policymaker to try and leave their understanding. We had some really inspirational facilitators that were doing group facilitation. Supervisor Hall facilitated one discussion I was privy to. It was awesome. For me, I was thinking about climate resiliency and active transportation, because when I left the policy summit last time, there was this whole discussion about the color of money and what color of money is coming to bear on your project. And if you want to do projects in California, you have to connect it to a climate resiliency nexus, right? If you want the money, that's the administration, that's where the state of California is going. So if you can prove that, hey, I want to build a road or roundabout, but it's going to have an active transportation network around it, it's going to have bike lanes or walkability or alternative recreation parking facilities, there's funding for that, right? And there may be shrinking funding in some areas, but there's expanding funding in resiliency and active transportation networks. So for me, that's what I'm thinking a lot about. Those are the discussions I'm having in our budget subcommittee, other circles I run in. So for me, that's hugely supportive of Civic Well can provide resources to our organization on connecting the dots on the color of money that support our projects, because we need.
Thank you so much. I'm taking a couple of notes just for myself, and if there's an opportunity for us to connect after this meeting, I'm happy to do that as well. Thank you.
Turn it over to Supervisor Hall.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think one of the we provide an annual report every year too, which has actually really great examples in communities of what they're doing, and so we might want to send that around again too. I haven't looked at it in a while, but thank you for coming up here. I know you've enjoyed the day here as well. So
I enjoyed the trails.
There you go. That's the way to do it. And one of the things, what also I agree with Hardy, that there's the bigger picture piece that Civic Well provides and these conferences provide, but they have real implications for us locally. And so when we just had recently our presentation on our Zero or ZEV vehicles that we are needing to purchase, and of course in part we would like to, but we will have to. And so how do we transition? How do we prepare for not there not being enough transmission lines in the state to start with? So how are we going to power everything that we're supposed to change? And then the conversation that doesn't come up generally, and shorter term conversations, but came up at that conference was, well, there's the hydrogen economy is happening next, and how much time and money do you invest in zero emission vehicles before you have to start recalibrating for hydrogen? And so what your experiences with that, or the sort of the trajectory of energy and how we incorporate those longer term challenges with our current challenges, anything you'd have to share on that would be awesome.
Yeah. So, and again, I'll keep my remarks relatively short. So, the analogy that I often use is that whole laser disc CD situation, and that's what's really difficult because there does need to be a level of early investment and early adoption so that we can be at the forefront. But really, I think what again around ways to share information, when you see what others at the vanguard of some of this are doing, they can kind of be the guinea pigs or the canary in the coal mine, and you see how it actually works. So there's an opportunity to connect again with your peers. So what Supervisor Bullock was referencing is that we host an annual conference. We've been doing it for over 30 years, where it's all elected officials, and they have an opportunity to connect with each other in a way that can be incredibly candid. So how is this really working? What are some of the real challenges? And so that is a space that has been very beneficial. I talked about the Seek Forum. That's a kind of space where then you can talk with those folks who maybe are building, a hydrogen bus. You might be able to go and actually physically, experience what that is like and hear what some of the opportunities and challenges. And an example around the hydrogen versus ZEV, it's sort of like, well, it's both. I think that there's both that we need to consider. One thing is that I think about those areas is looking at opportunities for critical mass. Again, that Laserdisc CD sort of analogy, which is already incredibly dated, I realize, but that's okay. But what we have found is there's a very high cost level related to some of the hydrogen, for example, hydrogen powered vehicles versus ZEVs, because it hasn't reached critical mass. When it reaches critical mass, it's going to be sort of like when you saw going from, like, say, a smart car to a Tesla, where there's some kind of early adopters. We kind of worked out what some of the challenges or kinks are, and then you'll see more widespread adoption and being able to address that. Because actually one of our board members is very involved in hydrogen. One of the reasons for that is not just as we're talking about sort of end users as communities may be, but in his case, they are looking at hydrogen because that community has had a lot of jobs based in petroleum, and there's transferability of those skill sets that were in petroleum so those individuals can be very easily trained to work in hydrogen. So you have clean energy and a new economy. So just a couple of things to highlight that I think are really beneficial.
Thanks. I don't have any questions, or not really in a place to have a discussion. This is my first presentation of Civic Well. I'm pretty new on the board here, so happy to hear about it today and spend some time learning more about it.
I'm happy to talk more, and I think your colleague can tell you a lot more as well.
Well, I appreciate the option to get with you offline.
Thanks. Supervisor Schofield?
I'm with Lisa. I'm not that familiar with it.
No problem. Supervisor Hook, any thoughts?
Well, I have some thoughts, and it's interesting, and I'd like to get more information. I mean, I read a lot of the information that comes. I'd almost like to probably participate or have a conversation. I struggle with some of the stuff and the changes that we're making and how it's affecting especially my low income and my median income folks. I struggle how we're dealing with agriculture. I'm struggling now with this new power source that's taking up open space of land that's very important. Especially what we're seeing down there where they're taking the water away and now we're going to turn it into electricity, and with no answers or rhyme or reason what's going to happen at the end. So I'd love to know how you at Civic Well look through that and basis. I mean, same thing. You've got rural counties that are being forced to put in the EVs, which is great if you have that ability, but it's very expensive. And so we're going to be met with these huge expenses that are due by a deadline, and we're already in a deficit budget. And so those things are just a little bit challenging for me as we look through here, is like, what should be set aside so we provide our core services? I have a hard time that we cut money out of schools, and we're cutting money out of domestic violence, right? But yet we push on with climate change that makes it an expense for everybody. So I'm torn with this. I believe we have to do things that move forward and make our world safer and more healthy. But then I wonder, how do we do it and do it in a timely fashion? So I love what you're doing. And like I said, I've been reading everything that comes and I listen to these guys. I'm probably on the opposite side of some of it just because it comes so fast. And we still don't know what the impacts are going to be 20 years from now. We got all this solar equipment. We have batteries. We're watching the cars catch on fire. And so we don't even know 20 years what's going to be bringing us. I feel like we're living in a sci-fi movie. And especially when you look at hydrogen is clean, you know, and then hydro, when you look at water, how we make energy. So those things all just run through my mind. And again, I know there's a lot of positive, and that's why I like what you do, because we're looking at how do we find that middle piece and how do we work for the people. So I love what you're doing. I just have lots of questions and how we get where we get, right? And I know you have to be where you were to get where you are, and we've created it. And so and we keep creating it with unintended consequences at the end. So your presentation was great. It gives me, my mind is just like going, and so someday I'd just love to sit and visit. That'd be great.
Yeah, happy to do that. And I'll just give you a couple things to think about. The first is you don't want to miss the forest for the trees. I mean, I come to this work because I'm also a pragmatist, and I wonder if, you know, if we're advancing one goal to the detriment of others, that doesn't make any sense. And so again, I think about these co-benefits. It should be there. It shouldn't be this winners and losers. It seems like what would work best for a particular community is one that advances more than one of your goals at the same time. So can we create, you know, good, high quality jobs that also are going to continue on into the future because they are supportive of, you know, sustainability or the green economy? That seems like a good opportunity, but I hear that all the time, and I share the same concerns. I think that if you're asking people to pick one over the other, that's a zero-sum game. So going full circle, again, the community that I live in is also a rural community, and where we live, we think a lot about what are the implications for farmers and ranchers. So you have to involve those individuals and those stakeholders who are most impacted when you're making decisions. And that way they can be part of the process. And we're not putting in, for example, into a climate action plan, something that they're not bought into. You know, an example I think that we provided at the last workshop that I spoke at was one of the priorities was the cost. How are we supposed to do this? We can't. And so one of the things that we pursued was, which has been very successful, I want to say in Solano County, is helping our farmers get funding so that they are not out of pocket, or they can get at a much reduced cost equipment that is electrified, so they have support in replacing their equipment. Again, then that's not a zero-sum game. That's a win-win situation. But yeah, I would be very happy to connect with you. And I think that when you talk pragmatist to pragmatist, there's a way to move forward.
Those are great questions, Sue, for our rural community. I would support you asking those questions and answering them in a way that makes sense for us, because without that, we're not supporting the community that we live in. You know, I mean, it's that basic. And we had a lot of these conversations when the Climate Resiliency Board initiative was being fundamentally developed. And it kind of came, or at least my way of like understanding it was, we have to bring Nevada County along, like everybody has to be brought along through that process. And for me, it's not about the national dialogue that's been so polarized around climate change. For me, it's about quality of life. Like there's some things we agree on. Like being from Nevada County, that's my sphere of influence. It's the county. I don't like wildfires. I don't like the loss of water. I don't like the degradation of water quality. I don't like people having to move or not be able to afford to live here. And I don't like the threat that, you know, what's going on with our ski resorts, not being able to kind of look into the future and make a solid living off of our changing environment. That's just the world, you know, that's the policy making kind of sphere that I work in. So I always try and have those conversations, but I think we're sharing the same vision ultimately for Nevada County, which is how do we make the lives of the people here better, benefiting economically, you know, environmentally, culturally. But those are really good questions. And I would really encourage any of the board members to go to the Civic Well Policy Summit, because I left there, and I'll just be candid. There's a piece in there where you get a little, you get depressed. You're like, wow, we faced some really significant challenges, but then out of it comes these other different ideas that I left with. And the roller coaster I was on was day to day. I was like, oh man, okay, here we go. And then you come out of it and you're like, wow, these are really great ideas. But I would just encourage anybody to go there because you will leave with some ideas that may resonate with you, or concepts that you feel fit with the local community that you represent.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. My contact information is available, but I'm happy to reach out to you all as well.
Thanks, Bernadette.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bernadette, for coming up here. And I just want to, if I could just add on there too, Sue, I appreciate you asking those questions. Those are the questions we have to ask. And that's part of why I asked that. ZEV versus hydrogen. Like, it's not just what's the better place to go, but how much time and money do we invest in one thing before we have to change over again to something that actually might be better? So as a supervisor, my job is to protect our budget as well as do all the right things. And so I'm never going to, want to do something that's just going to cost massive amounts of money that we don't know where it's coming from, even if it's great for the environment. We have to find the middle ground there. And so I think this is where some of the experiences that a lot of the clients of Civic Well have been helpful. And you're right that the connections need to be made at our level sometimes to learn from other cities and counties what they're doing. But appreciate you coming up and helping us spark that conversation again. Thank you.
Yeah, just one more quick comment. My understanding of the climate resiliency initiative that the board has is really trying to find money for things that are pre-existing cost sinks for our county. So if there's electrical infrastructure, if there's roadways, it's not just about putting money into reducing climate change. It's about finding money and finding the right color of money that can come in to benefit the projects we already have on the slate. That's generators, it's solar, it's things that are, that we're already going to have to pay for, water systems, grants for any of those types of things. And it really was the focus of one of the policy areas that Civic Well was trying to understand, hey, there's money out there coming from the federal, all the way from FEMA, all the way down the U.S. Department of Ag, down to the state. Like, how can this money get funneled into your community? We have to prove that there's a nexus between climate resiliency and what we're doing in our county, which I think we can. I mean, just from my knowledge and sitting through the budget process and talking with Trish and some of the work we're looking at, I think we can draw those dollars down, change. So I'm really excited about it. Go ahead, Supervisor.
No, and I appreciate that. I don't want to sound all like being negative about the whole thing, but there's this part of it though, then you keep agreeing with all the things they're stacking on all the time, right? So we're we take the money, which I agree. I 100% understand that. But then it also means you're agreeing with the above county into these great big urban areas that are having a lot of different troubles than we are, that have different funding sources than we have. So I'm just looking at the dollars. I get that part. I want you to know, but I mean, I look at this like carbon sequestration. Agriculture has been blamed for that for years. And where's the biggest place that keeps you from having carbon? Right? But you don't get the credit for it. When we have fires, who gets the credit for that when the fires start but you're ranching, right? You don't get those kinds of input. Really, most of the time when you look at climate change, they're blaming farming or ranching all the way down the right. I mean, I look at forestry, look where we are, right? We couldn't cut or work at our trees for years. There's a science, right? And now we're in a situation where where's the unintended consequences 20 years down the road? So I look forward to visiting with you because it interests me. I know we have to make changes. I'm not saying we don't. I am in agreement with you 100%, but I just want to be careful where we are with the unintended consequence.
Agreed. Thank you. Thanks, Bernadette. I'm looking at Jeff. Yes, thank you. Public comment on this item?
Chair, we have no callers.
Okay. Nobody here wants to make public comment. Do we need to close public comment? Do we need to approve this? Accept the presentation. Okay, I will entertain a motion to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Second it. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Aye.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you, Bernadette. Appreciate it. Yeah. We're moving on. We have a hard stop at 3:15. 3:15? Or 3 o'clock. No announcements? Okay, great. We just made it here. I have this huge list. Do you guys want to listen to me till 3:15? Oh, that's okay. I can do it next time if you want. I can do it really quick if you want. Okay, I'll do mine and then I'll skip next time. You guys don't have to listen to me again. We had our finance authority meeting, which talks about how the county handles its debt load and bond financing ability. Fascinating. We're in good shape. I'm going to summarize it that way. We're in very good shape. Some potential bond opportunities for different projects that are coming up. We had the budget ad hoc meeting yesterday and talked about the budget hearings, which are coming up on the 18th, and then final adoption on the 25th. Presentation will be posted with our material on Thursday with the public information material, so you'll see that. If anybody wants to get a jump on the budget, please log into the county website Thursday afternoon. Supervisor Swarthout and I had our housing ad hoc, had a great meeting on Title 25 requirements. Title 25 is the rural dwelling code that handles structures that are built with the slightly less stringent standard, actually without solar, without a lot of the things that create a cost center for building. So that was a little exciting to think about, maybe making, I guess it's all about balance, like where you balance those needs. With safety and affordability, but the opportunity to make some really affordable units. I met with Jen Calloway, our town manager here in Truckee. Talked to her a little bit about our Heart of Gold bike ride, and then a little bit just about what the town's doing. Met with the Housing JPA with Heidi and her staff. I met with the Cannabis Alliance and talked to them about some pending changes to our cannabis ordinance that I think the ad hoc is working on. She didn't give me too much insight on that, but she gave me some insight on what they cared about, and it sounds like it's headed in the right direction. She also said the price of cannabis is coming up a little bit, which is driving a little bit of strength in that industry, which is needed. I went to an EAP meeting last night, Energy Action Plan Committee, something. I'm looking, Jeff's nodding. And Erica and I went there and talked a lot. It's really exciting. They want to do all kinds of things, but really they're focused on reducing energy consumption and utilizing rebates for different energy products in the county to get our citizens to save some money. So I think it was really beneficial for us to show up there and give them some ideas on where the board ad hoc may be, and I invited them to come and speak to our ad hoc for the environmental sustainability. I went to the Library Visioning Task Force, which has been, it's a group constructed from the Friends of the Truckee Library to walk us through the visioning process on the initial A&E portion, architecture and engineering portion of that project. So that was fun. We did our joint jurisdictional meeting. Thanks again to everybody who participated. That was awesome. I thought it came out really well. Our partners said the same thing, and we have a pending letter that we're going to send out to everybody who participated to say thank you, and we'll see you at, I think, the 7th, maybe, we're talking about?
Based on feedback from council members in Western County, we're looking at another date in October.
Another date in October. Yeah, I'd welcome that. I think it's going to be great. I met with Placer County Board of Supervisors Jones and called Supervisor Holmes, although I couldn't make the meeting directly. I was tied up. And then we had our behavioral health ad hoc discussion that we were, we talked a little bit about the brick and mortar opportunities coming down from Prop 1. And then I met with Erica on her new position as the senior management analyst in our department. Welcome, Erica, and thanks. Looking forward to working with you on that. And then we had our capital facilities meeting yesterday, which was great. I really like capital facilities. You get to learn about everything in progress and everything to come. And just really appreciate Justin bringing forward all those pieces. There's a lot in play there that the county has on its plate. That's it for me for board member announcements.
So one thing I just want to comment a little bit, Hardy, like seriously, I like that we come up here and do a meeting, and I love the work you do up here, and you bring a transparency of the activities going up here, and I think that's exciting. I love what you do with the you guys got the CCC going, and so I'd just like to say thank you for the work that you're doing, that you share with all of us in your reports and the activities you do, because it's not. I only come up here a few times a year, and so I always really appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks. I was really hoping to highlight some of the things that the board's contributed to here in East County, so you can see where you may hear about it just in a piece of it down in some meeting in West County, but when you come up here and experience it with the people here, it makes me really proud.
Yeah, I like it. You should be.
Thank you.
That's good.
Just one. Had the opportunity with many of us to attend the CAL FIRE All Hands meeting when all the stations come together. In fact, they bring in other units from other areas to fill in those stations. So we have a very nice crowd. And it's recognizing their teams, their firefighter of the year, et cetera, et cetera. But they also recognized a special award to our OES team. I think the entire team was there. It was a very, very special presentation. And I think it says a lot about work that we do with CAL FIRE, extremely important, and the partnership that we have with them. So it was very an honor to be involved with that. I don't know if you wanted to say anything else about that, Allison.
No, just to echo your thoughts, we're very honored to be Partner of the Year from CAL FIRE.
I didn't know Partner of the Year. That's pretty impressive of all the people they work with. Yeah, great work. Okay. With that, we conclude announcements, and I believe our meeting here is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.